Good afternoon and welcome back to day number 12 here in Portugal. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here at El Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo here in Coimbra. And we're ready for another 3 tremendous T10 matches, and we're all ready to go to the first all-important coin toss with the tournament referee, Sulamin Saeed.
Malos call. And head with it. Best of luck. Thank you, buddy.
And news from the toss again, the skipper for Mala Kalana's Najam Shazad, no surprise, choosing to bat first here. And well, every time that they've gone on to win the toss, 9 times out of 10 they have gone on to win batting first. So no surprise that they elect to get their runs on the board early on here. But it'll be a crucial match here as they look to try and close that gap to Gorka 11 in second position. But it'll be also a good opportunity for Lisbon Capitals to get a few more names out in the middle for both of their teams. So it'll be really a good opportunity for a few names in that squad. But we're ready to go to the commentary box for the all-important first delivery for this first game. And welcome to the commentary box here at El Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo. A very warm welcome to a sunny day. Sunny Monday afternoon / evening here in Portugal. And we've got 3 more exciting games of T10 cricket coming your way. And obviously we're alongside those in Dresden in Germany, and a very good afternoon to everybody watching around the world. Take a look at the teams in this lineup, and you can see there that this is going to be a very interesting matchup. Mala Kalana's obviously looking to close that gap, as I mentioned previously, to the Gorka 11 at the in second position. But there's obviously a big chance here for Lisbon Capitals to get some crucial points on the table. See, they're sat bottom at the moment, not to a lack of effort. Obviously they've put a huge amount of effort into their games, but just hasn't quite clicked. They've lost a few players to injury, losing their main skipper Azad Andani at the start. They're coming out here, and no surprise that Raul Baduaj is going to be opening up for them, for the bowlers. He's got a big opportunity here to really get an early breakthrough. And again, a huge thank you to everybody for tuning in and around the world, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, European Cricket Network, or on FanCode in India. I hope you're having a lovely afternoon, and I hope you're set and buckled in for a very exciting evening of T10 cricket. 7 games here on the European Cricket Network this afternoon and throughout the day. Obviously with 4 matches out in Germany. It's being brought to you by Rico Full and Tyrone Peters. And it's a very hot day out here today. Again, 37, 38 degrees. Portugal in the midst of a mini heat wave at the moment, obviously going through one of their longest droughts in the history of Portugal. But once again, we're very excited to be bringing you more T10 cricket here this evening, coming towards the latter stages of this tournament. Obviously we've got tonight, and then we've got 2 more evenings after today, and the final on Wednesday. Obviously that'll be the eliminator between 2nd and 3rd, and they'll go on to face the team in the first position for the final on Wednesday night. Just making sure everything's ready, and the on-field umpires for this match are Gertu Stazen alongside Buck Stoneman. And obviously Raul Baduaj, he's had a really good time of it with the ball. Hasn't quite paid off him in the longer term of this tournament, but he's certainly up there in terms of wickets taken, has to be said. And Buck Stoneman calls us through. We're ready to get underway for match number 26. And we start with a lovely shot into the offside. And what a way to get off the mark, and what a way to bring the first runs here this evening. And it's 4 carreras for Mohamed Adnan. Once again, a warm welcome to everybody around the world tuning in here. It's going to be a very exciting afternoon of cricket. And no surprise that another fielder comes across into the offside, so Bardwaj making an early change. Well, he does so and then drops one short and into the leg side. And what a start this is for Marlow. And this is the first maximum 6 corridas. Adnan going big early on here. Bit of a Gundy ball, it has to be said. It's short, and when you've just dragged a fielder over from the leg side into the offside, you really want to be getting that ball outside the off stump. Not the start that he would have wanted here, Raul Bardwaj. And again down the leg side. And this is going to go all the way. This is not the start that they would have wanted. Artujan unable to keep that one. And it flows through. And it's 5 wides down the leg side. Keeper deciding to take the helmet off. And he's decided that he's going to stand back to Raul Bardwaj. I think that's a sensible thing to do here. Bardwaj just struggling early on here. Just needs to almost damage limitations. And this burst through the hands of the man at point. And this is not the start that the Lisbon Capitals would have wanted. But this is a great start if you're a Marlow fan. Another boundary, and it's 4 carreras again off the bat of Mohamed Adnan. He picks that pretty quick off the length. He rocks back. What an angle that is, straight through the hands of Jinal Patel. And this time down the ground, and Anthony Chambers will come through and collect that, and that'll be just a single. They're already into the 20 mark on this match already. And Amir Ikram got another opportunity here. He's had a good time of it recently, hitting a good few long balls. Off this over so far, and this is just respected back to this is just pushed into the onside. And it's a dot ball to end, so a good start for Marlow, and at the end of the first, 20 for none. And those are the updated lineups, so we take another look. Jinal Patel, late man, coming into this for Parth Patel for the Lisbon Capitals. But again, looking forward to seeing the likes of Adnan and Najam Shazad and Saeed Massam as well with bat and ball. But also looking forward to seeing Akshad Patel, I think, with his spin. Could be a tricky customer, but we're going to see Kashif Ali taking the second over. He's going to try and keep this down to a minimum after explosive start for the Marlow Kalanders here. This is just pushed into the offside, and the skipper Bardwaj will keep this to just a single. And brings Ahmed Ikram on strike, yet to get off the mark. And this is short, and he splits the field. So Ikram gets off the mark with a lovely uppercut into the offside, and it races away, and it's another 4 runs. And he watches that one well. Kashif Ali, not really the first 2 deliveries that he would have wanted. Started off with just a single, but that one flies into the boundary. And Marlow Kalander's looking pretty set here early on. And this time just into the offside. And it'll be a good single. Good running early on here, pushing them pretty quickly. And causes a bit of a mistake. It was a good pickup, but the throw was very wayward. But he would have been in pretty safely. But it's good work from Saddam Ryan. And I tell you what, the temperature is a lot cooler than what it was yesterday as well, a couple of degrees cooler, but there's no breeze, so it's, if anything, it feels a lot hotter. So it's on the full, and Adnan goes for the big swing into the offside, but misses out completely here. Take another look. And not a lot of lateral movement there, so Adnan will be disappointed that he's missed out on that one there. And he's not going to miss out this time. This is short, and this is on the leg side. 2 straight, and it sails over the boundary, and it's yet again another 6 corridas. Well. Not the start that Capitals would have wanted. Adnan 22 off of just 7 deliveries now. And that sailed a long way. There's obviously a pause in play as that delivery has gone into an area that we can't find it. So it gives me an opportunity to say a warm welcome to everybody in the chat. If you are watching on our YouTube live chat, do get involved. And well, there we go. It's a new partnership, and we're always very thankful for all of our partners here at the European Cricket. But Federica Constant is the official timekeeper now for this FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. A huge thank you to all of our partners for all the hard work that they do and all the support that we gain. But again, a huge thank you to everyone for getting us to 300,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel. It is severely appreciated. Kashif Ali, he's been given a bit of tap early on here, 12 off his over so far. 1 delivery left. This one stays low, and luckily for him, it might have set up pretty nicely, but Adnan unable to get this one away, and it's a dot ball into the offside. So a bit of a tidier over in terms of the context of this game, but still an expensive one. 12 off it, and at the end of the second, Marlow 32 for none. And well, there's the bat versus ball. Well, here for match 26 between Marlow and Lisbon, and the expected score just proving that they feel like this might be a bit of a comfortable victory really for Marlow, unless they see a big upset. But Lisbon, obviously, they're going to be more than up for this one, and it's going to be Raul Badwaj to continue here into his second. And he gets the breakthrough. There's minimal real celebration, but he gets the early breakthrough. Ahmed Ikram has to go for 5. The first wicket falls. Marlow 32 for 1. And Badwaj sticking to his line and length. Stump to stump. Ikram trying to go big into the onside, but doesn't quite get this one right. Doesn't watch it all the way, and it has to go. And well, there you go. Even in competition and in matches, there is a serious sense of camaraderie all around the ground. All these players are obviously very familiar with each other, having played against each other and also in different teams and throughout the last few years. So they all do know each other pretty well. As the skipper for Marlow, Najam Shazad, makes his way out to the middle. So Najam Shazad now in the middle. He lets this one flow through, and it's judged as a wide ball from Buckstoneman. So Najam Shazad gets a little bit of a sighter here. And you just feel they could be looking to make the most of the final ends of this power play here. And this is a bit more of a conservative shot, and well fielded by Anthony Chambers. And I can tell you that it is certainly a lot hotter out in the middle. There is just no breeze here today. It feels like you're just standing in an oven, really. Najam Shahzad looks to go big. Misses out on this one. That's a good delivery from Bhardwaj. Just back of a link, so it's not too full, it's not in the arc. And Shahzad just respects this one back to the bowler. Yet to get off the mark is Najam. Wow, and a bit of impatience there. Bit of a wild swing into the onside. But it's to no success, but they do get the leg by, or the bye I should say, and they come through for 1 run. Shahzad yet to get off the mark still, facing 4 deliveries, and it's been a bit of the curse of the captains, obviously, but Krishna in last night's game going for a 6-ball duck. Obviously he's the captain of the Gamblers, and that's a good delivery from Rahul Bhardwaj, and a better over from him. He ends with just 1 off it, and at the end of the third, Marlow, at the end of the power play, 34 for 1. It is going to be an interesting day here. Obviously 3 more matches of cricket fit from Portugal, obviously with Marlow taking on Lisbon in matches 26 and 27, but then we've got a new matchup. Coimbra Knights, they take on Gorka 11, and well, Coimbra Knights need a victory if they're going to have any hope of making a way into that finals day on Wednesday. They've got a Gorka 11 who are just coming off the back of a thumping victory against the Gamblers SC. Plenty of fluids being taken on board all around the ground as Kashif Ali is going to continue here. And he's been thumped into the leg side, and that's going to go all the way. And it's 6 corridas here in Portugal, and Najam Shahzad off the mark with a booming 6 into the onside. 2 full from Kashif Ali. 2 full, and Najam Shahzad, just to get his eye in, drags one into the onside, but it goes flat and hard, and it goes the distance. It's a delivery that we've seen many a times, a little too wide, as judged by umpire Gartus Teisen. So not a start to the over that Kashif Ali would have been expecting from himself here. And that's been pumped into the leg side. That's even bigger. That's going to race away, and it's over the fence. That's gone all the way, and it's 6 corridas. And Kashif Ali struggling here, and Najam Shahzad is taking a liking to this bowling. And that certainly went a long way. Flat and hard again. And well, we're going to need a new ball, as that one ended up going into, or out of the ground. And Najam Shahzad, after taking a few deliveries to get off the mark, he's gone bang bang, he's gone back to back. Najam Shahzad looking again comfortable at the crease. This is a slower ball. This has gone up in the air. It'll take some catching. Mithul Patel unable to get there. And you He almost got all the way round. But an early chance for Shazad, doesn't get all of this one, and he'll be happy to see that he wasn't quite able to middle this, or he didn't get any more on it, as otherwise it would have been a pretty easy opportunity. But Adnan now on strike. This is a fuller delivery right in the block hole, and it would be a single into the onside. And obviously 2 games going on here at the moment on the European Cricket Network, with ACB Cadetta Combans taking on USC Magdeburg in the match number 3 out there at the moment. Obviously Combans needing 38 runs in 12 deliveries out there, so plenty of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. And this is just going to be another dot ball for a good second half to this over from Kashif Ali. Seven boundaries so far in this innings already, only into the 4th over. This is going to be another wide. Lets this one go. Does Najam Shazad? Doesn't decide to take this one on. He's just saying, well, if I was going to, that's where I would have gone. No surprise that a lot of these batsmen are able to hit a long ball 360 degrees around the ground. And, well, that has gone a long, long way. It's a slot delivery, and it gets punished into the leg side. And it's yet again another maximum and more 6 runs to the total. And a good over for Marlow, 22 off it. And Najam Shazad with again a huge, huge thumping shot into the onside. And at the end of the 4th, Marlow 56 for 1. And you can take a look at the stats gun here, who we really can be expecting to go well for both teams. Obviously no surprise, Adnan for the bat. He's currently on 23 off 10. He's been starved of the strike since Najam Shazad's got in, but he won't mind that as his skipper is going at 19 off of 9 now. But there's obviously no surprise that Maisam with the bowling of the Marlow Kalanders, who's been one of the better wicket takers. But obviously Bhardwaj, he's at 9. He's currently at 10 wickets now after that his spell here. 1 for 21 off of his 2. But no surprise that Akshad Patel comes into the attack here in the 5th over. Bit of off spin, and I think this could be make or break really, as I wouldn't be surprised if these 2 batsmen decide to go and ahead and attack Akshad Patel. Well, he certainly does, and this has gone high in the air, but I don't think the keeper's seen it early enough. And Mohammad Adnan wants to come through for a second, but he gets Shazad isn't interested whatsoever. It's just a single, but a squeaky single. That's a good delivery from Akshad Patel, just putting it back of a length. Doesn't make it easy for Najam Shazad to swivel back and punish this into the leg side, and it's met with the full face of the bat. And again, good bowling from Akshad Patel. Getting it in the right areas as an off spinner. Doesn't make life easy for the 2 batsmen. This is into the onside. It's in the air. And the man coming round isn't able to cut that off. And Janal Patel doesn't get anything on that one. And it's another boundary. And it's another 4 runs. So Adnan moves on to 28 off of just 12. And once again, we've seen him get a start here. But Akshad Patel hasn't really bowled terribly. That one obviously going pretty high in the air. Didn't really have a lot of legs on it. He looked to go again, but this time too wide. And that's a good bit of keeping from Partujan. And it's been given a no ball. I think this might be Not too sure as to why. But it's a hit. But it's a no ball being given. But it's a free hit now. And it's just going to be dragged into the leg side. Tries to get the sweep out, but doesn't quite get it off the way that he would have wanted to. And it's a single to Real Badwaj for 1 run. But again, a huge welcome to everybody tuning in, whether it's on YouTube or on FanCode in India. And well, that is a big shot into the leg side. And it's going to go for another boundary. So not really the tied and messiest of over, but he gets a bit of punishment, 2 boundaries from it. And at the end of the 5th, at the halfway stage, Malik landed 69 for 1. And we can take a look here at what's the story for the batting team of Malik Kalanders. Well, Ahmed Ikram, he got a boundary to his name, but then he was bowled by Raul Badwaj trying to go big into the onside. But he was bowled by Raul Badwaj, so that was his 10th wicket in this tournament. He's been the pick of the bowlers really for the Lisbon Capitals. Not quite had the time that he would have expected from himself, going for 1 for 21 off of his 2 overs. But you never know that in the context of this game, it might actually not be too expensive, as Akshar Patel's gone for none for 13 off of his first over. But it's going to be Sadam Akburi here for the Lisbon Capitals here in the 6th. Bit of a field change, making sure everything's right. I think they know where these lads are going to go ahead and target. It's a good start, buddy. And Adnan just respects this into the onside. Met with the full face of the bat. But again, Adnan, we've seen him do this time and time again, get starts. He got a 44 in yesterday's game. And he's gone for a big swing, but he's got an inside edge on this one. Take another look here. Right in the block hole. Just Q ends it right off the toe of the bat. Too early. Oh, goes for it again, and then just struggling to time the slower bowlers here. And it's just a single. Adnan, he's currently 3rd in the highest run scorers. He's got a pretty fair distance to try and take over Ankush Kumar and Suman Gimidi. Well, Najam Shazad into the leg side, and Raul Badwaj just has to watch that one fly over his head, and he goes for another 6 runs. This one really sits up too short from Akbari, and a batsman such as Najam Shazad, he's not going to wait, and he's going to be early to pounce on a bit of length. Back of a length, and he rocks into the leg side. This time it's fuller and it's hit, but hit well. And it's a good catch from Mitul Patel. He watched that all the way. He didn't really have to move. And Najam Shazad, well, he was looking comfortable, but he has to go for 30 off of 14. And a big wicket goes. And Marlowe now 76 for 2. And Mitul Patel right in front of me with a good catch. Straight into the mitts. Didn't really have to move a muscle. Salam Akbari gets the wicket of Najam Shazad, so he goes for 30. Just taking wickets at good times here at the moment. Obviously, 1 delivery left here in the 6th. Salam Akbari bowling pretty well here. Man, Saeed Massam makes his way out to the middle. He's given himself the name of the Portuguese Messi. Messi on the back of his shirt. But he's got a chance here to really contribute with the bat. He's got a 4.1 deliveries or over to face. It's a good end to the over, and a good over from Salah Bakri, just dragging things back here for the Lisbon Capitals. 7 from it, but getting the big wicket of Najam Shazad, and at the end of the 6th, Malik Kalanders 76 for 2. So there you go. Bit of bowlers going for a lot of runs. Kashif Ali, none for 34 off of his 2 overs, going at 17 and over. And Akshad Patel going for 13 off of his single over, but he's going to continue on here. He'll be coming in for his second over. And if he can take a wicket, he'll be feeling as if he's done his job here in the middle overs. It's not an easy job to bowl in these middle overs in a T10 match, especially when you've got the likes of Mohammad Adnan and Najam Shahzad, but Adnan's still there, 30 off of 17. That's clothed down the ground, and Anthony Chambers will collect that, and it'll be just the one run. Anthony Chambers has just come in after playing in the Kendall Cup up in Porto. Ended in a draw, so the cup stays with Porto. That's a good full delivery, and Akshad Patel will concede the one run. It's good fielding by Dawud Bhardwaj. And that's a big, big swing into the leg side from Mohammad Adnan. And he's missed out there. It was a good delivery from Akshad Patel. Flighted up, and it's just pushed into the offside, really. Mitul Patel fumbles it. And it'll be another run, so he cost him an extra there. Good running from Assam. He saw it pretty early, and he was in comfortably, made his way, made his ground. And it's another double to the total. Well, and this is again being clothed down the ground, and Chambers will come through. And it'll again be another single, but this is a good tight over from Akshad Patel. With only... This is driven and driven well, but it's good work from Sunil Patel. And it's just a single. If they can go... They've gone boundaryless, and at the end of the 7th, Marlowe, 82 for 2. So a good over from Akshad Patel, just 6 from it. And we'll have a look at this one. Consistency versus explosiveness. So in terms of batting average, and obviously this is up before this match, so up and after match 25. But this is comparing how consistent and the average of the batsman in the tournament. So obviously you can see there, Ankush Kumar, he's a batting average of above 40 at the moment, but he's also got a strike rate of just above 200, just proving why he is one of the most valuable players in this tournament. He's also the leading wicket taker at the moment, but you can just see there, Najam Shahzad and Mohammad Adnan. Shahzad is the more consistent, but Adnan is the more explosive. Mitul Patel comes into the attack, and that's a great start. As my son was looking for a big booming drive, but missed out on this one. Loses his shape, really. Becomes more of a swing, or a golf swing rather than anything. This is a bottom edge. Good keeping from Partujant, keeps it to a dot ball. This is tidy stuff. They're really dragging this back here in this over. Oh, that's not going to help. That's a Gundy ball. And this is going to go all the way. And it's a well-needed boundary for Marlowe. They've had a bit of a dry spell, but this is going to help. This sails into the leg side boundary, and it's 4 runs. So Masam gets his first boundary, and a good way to get his account open. And he was going for it again, and there's a bit of a mix-up. But it doesn't cost him anything, and it's a dot ball, but a good comeback from Patel. He's only gone for that boundary so far. Make that 2, as it's again a short delivery, not pushing him for pace, and Saeed Masam just rocks back, rolls his wrists over this one, and this is going to sail into the boundary. And another cuatro corridas hit. So just 2 loose deliveries really from Mitul Patel. Obviously Mitul Patel was the man who, you can almost say, single-handedly won Lisbon Capital's only victory in this game, as this is again pumped into the onside, and that will go all the way. So not the end to the over that Patel would have wanted, with 14 coming off it, and this one is another 6 runs. And Massam going big here. 3 boundaries off that over, 2 fours and a 6, and at the end of the 8th, Marlow 96 for 2. You can see there, they obviously managed to stem the flow of runs between the 5th and the 7th, but that over certainly helping things, and with 14 off it, that will certainly help things. They only went for 13 off of the previous 2 overs, so that doubles their score off after in that period of time in the context of the game. But again, a huge welcome to everybody, whether you're going backwards and forwards between here, the coverage here in Portugal, but also the coverage out in Dresden. And this is a lovely shot into the offside. He's flirted this over the infield, and Mitul Patel will come through, and they'll come through for a well-deserved 2 runs to the board, as Salah Makbari is back into the attack. Good first over for him, 1 for 7 after his single over. Wow, that's a bit of a gundy ball, and this goes all the way into that stand. And Adnan moves into the 40s, and it says corridas. And well, that one just getting lost in the stand. And gives us an opportunity. Again, the new official timekeeper for the European Cricket T10, Federic Constant, being the new timekeeper. A huge thank you to them for the partnership here on the European Cricket Network, and a huge thank you to all of our partners as we go back to live action with Salah Makbari. And this has gone high, and the keeper's underneath it, and he takes it. That's a good catch. And once again, Mohamed Adnan goes in the 40s, but good bit of destruction with the bat. And the 3rd wicket goes, Marlow 104 for 3. And they hid this one outside the off stump. And Adnan was trying to again go into the onside, which is a little bit disappointing to see. He's a very powerful man on the offside as well. This time choosing for the onside option, and gets this one all wrong. And another wicket goes as the new man to the crease, Rana Sawar, more than capable of hitting a long ball. Rana Sawar goes big early on, and this is going to sail over the stand, and this is Maximo time here in Portugal. It's a slot delivery really. He sits back deep in his crease, and Salah Makbari getting a bit of tap here. He had a good comeback last time. Does he have another one here? This is hit flat down the ground. Kashif Ali will keep it to just the 1. This is hit well into the leg side, but Anthony Chambers will collect this and it'll be just 1 run. So a tidier end to the over, but not the over that Akbari would have wanted, with 16 coming off it. And at the end of the 9th, Marlow 112 for 3. So looking into the next innings, there'll be a lot of pressure on, I think, Anthony Chambers really coming in here. He's a capable batsman. He's a talented man on the cricket field. I think it's also going to be a bit of pressure on Mitul Patel to hit a few big bombs. And also Partujan, he's also a very handy man with the bat. But we're not quite over, and it will be Mitul Patel to bowl the 10th over here, as he's going to be going around the wicket to Syed Massam. 17 off 10 for him. And that's into the leg side. Well, you have to say that's a good effort from Saddam Akbari. Chose to go against really taking or getting a good opportunity at taking the catch cleanly, but he just put one hand in the air and palms it down. And it's a good bit of fielding, keeps it to just 1. And Rana Sarwar trying to go again big into that leg side. He's again deep in his crease. And well, you just question whether or not bat on ball is a better option, getting Massam on strike. Dragged into the leg side. And it's well picked up by Raul Badwaj, the skipper for the Lisbon Capitals, and keeps it to a single. This is good early on here in the 10th. This is an inside edge and well fielded. It's well fielded by Janal Patel. Keeps that to a single. It came along on him at a rate of knots. It also had some revs on the ball. Certainly would have been spinning. And he gets the wicket as Rana Sarwar trying to again go into the leg side. Not playing the ball on its merit, trying to go into his strong side, but he has to go, and he misses out on this one, and it's a wicket, and it's the 4th wicket to fall. Good delivery from Mitul Patel, coming across the batsman, doesn't make life easy, and it goes, and it's another wicket, and Marlow now in the 10th, 115 for 4. So the new man to the crease is Asim Sawar, and we've seen him a couple of times. He's more than capable to hit a long ball. He's only got 1 delivery here. Bit of a change in field as it's obviously a left-hander comes in. So a bit of a delay here for the final delivery. And this has gone high in the air and it should be taken. It won't. It will drop safely. They'll turn and come back. And there's no one at either end. And, well, it's all happening here. What should have just been an easy single, well, it'll end up being 3 to the total. So all happening here. There was a chance. It was a drop. Then a shot at the stumps. And then there was buzzers. So an eventful end to a good innings from Marlow, and they finished their 10 overs on 118 for 4. And there were some serious contributions from multiple batsmen, it has to be said. And Syed Massam finishes 19 not out off of 12. And, well, interesting enough, Asim Sabad, probably the one of few times that we'll see a batsman finish not out on 3 after only facing 1 ball. But here are the highlights. And it was a good start for the opening pair of Mohammad Adnan and Amir Ikram, as Adnan was pretty early to get on the onto the attack. 3 4s and 3 6s for him. Oh, that was into the offside, and that was a lovely shot. That was a beautiful boundary, pierced through the hands of Janal Patel, and what a view that was. And that's just a look of despair, really. And, well, then Amir Ikram was trying to go big, He had to go 5 from 5, but he brought the dangerous Najam Shazad into the attack. 30 off of 14 deliveries for him, striking at above 200. And it's something that we've come pretty accustomed to seeing here, with 1-4 but 4 sixes to his name. Outstanding batting, really, from him. That was one of 4 sixes into that leg side. But the man who really kept going for Malak Landers was Mohamed Idnan. He finished on 42 off of 24 deliveries. And again, it was incredible scenes to watch. Some beautiful hitting, mostly into that leg side. But in terms of the split of the 118 runs that Marlow scored, 25 coming on the offside and the 82 into the leg side. 44 to mid-wicket and 24 to square leg. And then 16 runs went through the covers. But that was a good catch to remove the dangerous Najam Shazad. And then, well, Masam came into the attack and he carried on really where they left off. 19 off 12 for him. And in terms of the bowlers, the standout really for me is Salam Akbari. Although he went for 23 runs off his 2 overs, he did get 2 big wickets in the context of this game, and it was obviously Mohamed Adnan and Najam Shazad. So those are pretty 2 big scouts to take into the break. Mohamed Adnan, this went high up in the air. It was a good catch by the keeper, and he was dismissed. 42 off of 24 with a strike rate of 175. And again, we've seen him get to the 40s, but unable to get to that big 50 mark. And then in the final over, Rana Sarwar trying to go big, but Mitul Patel was equal to this one, and it clattered into the stumps. And they went tumbling over. But Marlow, these Oaks can be happy, as they ended up on 118 off of their 4. Lisbon Capitals 119 for victory. We'll be back in 10 minutes or so as you're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. And welcome back to a very hot Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo here in Portugal. And you join me as players and officials make their way out to the middle for the second innings of match number 26. As Marlow have set 119 for victory for the Lisbon Capitals. And Lisbon Capitals, if they get a win here, it'll be a huge, huge upset. As Capitals only with the one victory, and that was with the Golden Ball. That was over a week ago now. Crazy that we've been here for so long. Only a few days left though. But we're certainly in for a very interesting next 10 overs as the opening partnership of Saddam Ryan and Anthony Chambers for the Lisbon Capitals. Chambers coming off of the back of a weekend of cricket up in Porto for the Kendall Cup. And again, a huge thank you to everybody for tuning in, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or on FanCode in India. A very good afternoon, good evening to you. I hope you enjoyed the first 10 innings, the first 10 overs, I should say, of the first innings. Some exquisite striking of the ball from the likes of Shazad and Adnan. Anthony Chambers has previously played for Porto Cricket Club, and he's now playing here for the Lisbon Capitals. And we start, and it's a quick single into the offside, and there's possibilities of buzzers, but it's well backed up, and it's just a single to start. Last year's tournament, Anthony Chambers scored a high score of 27. Not out, he got 81 runs to his name, but he's got an opportunity here to really put a name in for himself here. And he also has been given a few opportunities with the ball, but we didn't see him, but he's got a chance here. And this is a back of a length. And misses out here early, does Chambers. And again missing out, trying to play this into the offside. This is good early bowling from Asad Mahmood. A left arm wibbly wobbly. And this is just pushed into the offside, and it will be a single, and Chambers is off the mark on his third delivery with a single. It certainly isn't easy out there. This heat is excruciating. About 37, 38 degrees. No breeze really. Slowly picking up a bit of a breeze, going left to right across your screen, but not a lot. And Ryan hits this well, and this is going to go down the ground. And it's a good shot, and Saddam Ryan gets the first boundary here for the Lisbon Capitals, and it's 4 runs down the ground. It's a slot delivery from Asad Mahmood. Obviously not really pushing it through for pace. Saddam Ryan says thank you very much. And he gets his boundary account open with a glorious 4 runs. Got that front leg out of the way very nicely. Fuller this time, fuller than last time in the block hole. Keeps it to a dot ball. So 6 off the first. Lisbon Capitals 6 for none after 1. As you can see, the skipper will be taking the second over. Najam Shazad. It's 30 runs for him with the bat, but he felt as if he was a little bit under the mark after picking out Mitul Patel. At long off, didn't really have to move a muscle, but he's given himself an opportunity here. He's been pretty good all round with the ball. Had one game where it didn't quite come off for him. currently got 5 wickets to his name in this tournament so far. And he starts with a wide, and it'll also be a single as well. Good running from Ryan, early to call that one through. Najam Shazar with best bowling figures of 2 for 5. That was against the Coimbra Knights. This time on the money, and it will just be a single for Saddam Ryan. And this clatters into the pads, and well, Ryan wanted a single, but he's not going to get there as Rana Sawar will come through and keeps it to just the dot ball. This is a good early start for Najam Shazad here. And interesting, just a reminder, 19 matches now without a golden ball. So we're still waiting. We got to 23 before we had the second one here in Portugal. Najam Shazad continuing here. This is hit down the ground and thumped. That's a lovely shot. And what a way to open up his boundary count in this tournament. As Anthony Chambers punches this down the ground. Cuatro carreras. Good flourish of the bat out of the middle, right out of the meat of the bat. And it sails towards the boundary. Nothing that Shazar can do. Beautiful shot. And this time into the offside. So good cricket, gets the boundary, but then rotates the strike. Not allowing Najam Shazad to stick to one line and length. Chambers just seems a little bit more comfortable with an extra bit of pace on the ball. This one stays a little bit low, but Ryan playing around this, the complete wrong line. And he has to go for 6 off of 5. And Shazar gets his first wicket. It's the first wicket to fall. And Lisbon Capitals 14 for 1. Was just reaching at that one, really. It looked as if he was certain about the shot. It did stay a little bit low on him, but it skidded through. But he has to go just for the 6. And Lisbon 14 for 1 here. So the new man to the crease is Salam Akbari. He had 2 wickets in the first innings. And he joins Anthony Chambers, who's 6 off 6. That run rate creeping up to nearly 13 already. There's now a slip in place as well here. And this one gets a bit of reverse after flying past the bat. And keeper Shan Malik unable to prevent this one from falling through, and they will get a bye. And that'll bring us to the close of the second. So a good over for Marlow with 8 runs from it, but getting the early wicket. And at the end of the second, Lisbon 14 for 1. And there is the standings at the moment. So obviously teams haven't all played the same amount of games. That'll only be the case after Tuesday, so after tomorrow's games. But Marlow, 2 victories here today will get them to just close the gap on Gorka. And obviously Coimbra Knights, they play Gorka 11 in the 3rd match this evening. And if Gorka go ahead and take a victory there, then that will pretty much guarantee a top 3 finish for the likes of Gamblers, Marlow and Gorka. So Coimbra really, really needing a victory in the next game, or in the 3rd game of this evening, I should say. Asad Mahmood is going to continue here, none for 6 off of his first. And Akbari pushes this into the offside. But again, it's really, really key to remember here that the weather is taking a serious toll. It's hot for everyone in and around the ground. Obviously, the umpire's wearing all black. The players out in the middle. There's no breeze. You can just tell that the energy that we've seen a few times, this is going to be a sneaky single after the outside edge off of Chambers. But no, you can just tell that the energy isn't quite there. I'm sure it'll pick up as we go into the later hours of the afternoon and into the evening. But it just is so, so hot. You can just tell that players conserving energy here. Big swing from Akbari, unable to connect. This is just a dot ball. Once again, let us know where you're watching from in the YouTube chat. Have a bit of a lurkers call out to tell me where you're watching from, and as I do appreciate all of your inputs on the chat, I can see there's a lot of people involved in a good conversation. That's a good ball from Asad Mahmood. Akbari trying to go into the leg side. Again, just really eyeing up that short boundary. I think it's just the thing that plays on a lot of batsmen's mind. Obviously that short square boundary. This one is a wide. That short square boundary on both the leg side and offside. But obviously looking to play into their strength, and anything in the arc they really will try and punish in that deep mid-wicket region. This is a full toss, misses out here really. It'll be collected by Asim Savad, and will just be a single again. This is a good over from Asad Mahmood. Just 4 off it with a single delivery remaining. Well, and this is another outside edge. They come through for a single, and it could be close with a direct hit. But Chambers will keep the strike. It's another single. And at the end of the third, with 5 runs off that over, Lisbon Capitals 20 for 1 after 3. Well, you can see that towel being put to good use. It certainly is very, very hot. Well, at this stage, Marlow after 3, they were 34 for 1, so 14 runs behind at this point are the Lisbon Capitals. Interesting enough, I think we might see Rahul Bhardwaj come in a little bit earlier than expected. Obviously hit a good few boundaries in their last game. He'll be looking to continue his form with the bat. And we are going to see another introduction of a left armer. This time it's going to be left arm spin, and it's Asim Savad here in the 4th. This one just bounces ever so slightly. Obviously, he's a very tall man, is Asim. But it comes off the glove of Anthony Chambers, and it's just another single. He's going at a runnable 9 at the moment. That's a big shot into the leg side. He might split the fielders. They won't. That's good work from Najam Shahzad. He gets round quickly. Savad bowling to his field here. He's trying to really buy a wicket. Just floating it up, really, not asking too many questions. Just saying, well, if you're going to pump me, go for it. If you miss out, then I've got fielders ready and waiting. This is hit straight back to him. It's a good shot, as Ahmed Ikram was running around at long on, long off to cut that off, but straight to Asim Savad. Good work off his own bowling. That's an outstanding delivery. That one really gripping and turning, doing everything that you'd expect from a good left arm spinner. And Anthony Chambers does well not to get anything on that, really. This is chipped into the offside, and that's a great catch. It's a really good catch from Ahmed Ikram. He almost ran underneath it. It was swirling away, but Anthony Chambers has to go. He goes for 9, and the second wicket falls. Capitals 22 for 2. good shot. Just couldn't get the elevation, but also couldn't quite get it round the corner, and he has to go for just 9. And well, I called it, and there he is, the skipper. Raul Badouaj makes his way out to the middle. So Anthony not really getting the start going that he would have expected from himself. He goes for 9 off of 12. Just the 1 boundary to his name. As skipper Raul Badouaj makes his way out to join Akbari out in the middle. You can see just how deep in the crease he is there. Certainly going to be looking to go into that onside. And he will just drop this into that leg side, and they'll come through for a good quick single, and it's off the mark straight away for Raul Badouaj. But a good over from Asim Sawad, just 3 ones off it, getting the wicket of Anthony Chambers. And at the end of the 4th, Lisbon Capitals struggling here a little bit, 23 for 2. And well, that little flash up there, that was just a little teaser as to what's coming up here. Obviously, we've just started our first day of our little German vacation. Obviously, match 4 is going on between the Kombans and Magdeburg. Well, Kombans a bit of trouble. 15 for 2 in the 3rd over there. There's plenty of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. Obviously, we have 2 weeks in Dresden, then 2 more weeks in Krefeld. And then we go to Belgium for 2 weeks. And then after that, we're off to the European Cricket Championships in Malaga, Khartoum. That starts in September, running through to middle of October. But Yasir Sabir is going to come into the attack for Marlow. And Badouaj just hits this well down the ground for a single, and a good afternoon to Kitty Hunley. How are you? Thank you for coming and joining us here in Portugal. I hope you're well. Akbari, and it's just going to be a single. He's not looked to really show much aggression here. Yet to get a boundary. That's just his 4th run. Not really showing any signs of aggression here. And I think I really would like to see Lisbon Capitals go for it here. Really take the battle to Marlow. Just put them under a bit of pressure. Badouaj tries to do so, but misses out. This is off the pads and into the leg side, and they'll again come through for a single. So we've only had, well, there's a chance of buzzers. But he doesn't really want it. He's just at the one end, and he says no. Good afternoon to FBD as well. Hope you're well. Enjoying the cricket here, but only 2 boundaries so far in this innings. 1 for Ryan and 1 for Chambers, but they're both back in the shed. And Akbari looking to go aggressive this time, but doesn't get this ride at all. Plays down the complete wrong line, and I think the one issue really for the Capitals batting wise, they don't play the ball on the merit very often. It's always looking to play it into that onside. If they were just able to just play on its merit, there's, you know, the ground's 360 degrees. There's a lot of spaces here on this pitch. This is a good shorter ball from Savid, and what an over, just 2 runs from it. An outstanding over, and at the end of the 5th at the halfway stage, Capitals 26 for 2. Good delivery comes in and really cramps him up for space. That's what he was asking for a while, but I think it was pretty much at the perfect height. But there you can see Ryan and Chambers not really getting going. 6 and 9 for them apiece. And we've obviously only had the 2 boundaries in this inning so far. We're at the halfway stage already. 93 off 30 now, so up towards nearly 19 and over. Savard continues here. Badwaj goes high into the leg side. Should be taken. And it's a good catch. Skipper takes the catch of the outgoing skipper. And it's another wicket to fall. And the Capitals now fall to 26 for 3. Now that's a good delivery really from Asim Savard. It has to be said. He keeps this one outside the off stump. He knows that Badwaj is only really going to be looking into that leg side, as that's what a lot of the Capitals batsmen have been doing at this time. Doesn't get the middle and he has to go for just 2. Capitals 26 for 3. So the new batsman is Parthujan. He comes out to the crease and he's certainly going to try and play a few shots. I think for me here, I would like to see the Capitals go down fighting. I don't want them to just, just sort of try and bat out through their next 10 overs and then go again. I think if they can, just try and take the fight to Marlow, put a few of the bowlers under pressure. Obviously, they're not going to, I think as a team that Marlow aren't going to be too concerned about a loss here now. But I think if you can just put a few bowlers under a bit of pressure, just ask a few questions, just test their mentality and their psychiatric here. Savard continues. Andrew John solidly into the offside and gets off the mark straight away. Wow, and this was hit well, but Asim Savard wasn't able to take the return catch. Would have been a great catch to his left. He's a very tall man, so it's not quite easy to get down low. But he survives, and it's just a single down to it. Cram it long off. Another great delivery. Savard getting a good amount of turn here with the ball. He's getting putting a good amount of revs on the delivery. We take another look here. It's pitching as if it's going on to hit maybe the top of off, but just turns away and asks a few questions of Jajant here. Cloth into the onside for yet again another single. Good work from my son, putting them right under pressure. And Akbari on strike, 5 off 10 for him. And we'll make that 11 off of 11. That's gone all the way, and that's going to be 6 corridas. It's the 3rd boundary in this innings, and it comes here at the end of the 6th. Savard getting this one a little bit too straight, really. Not pushed it further outside the wide stump, and it goes the distance. It's 6 runs. And at the end of the 6th, Lisbon Capitals 35 for 3. Obviously a huge shout out to all the crew out in Germany. Obviously match number 4 taking place as we speak. Alright, huge well done to all the crew out there at the moment. Stefan's out there alongside Meda, and in the commentary box I know that Rico is alongside Tyron Peters. Obviously Tyron Peters was here as tournament referee for the first week. He's obviously gone to Germany. He's been replaced by Suleiman Saeed, who was alongside me for the Ice Bucket Challenge. That's on all of our social media, so do go ahead and take a look as Saeed Massam comes into the attack. And it's just a single pushed into the offside. Brings Atbury on strike, 11 off of 11 now, going at a runner ball. That's 6 certainly helping him. Just wonder if that's going to relieve a little bit of stress and relax him down, as this is up in the air and it's been put down. The man at fine leg wasn't able, actually the third man wasn't able to take that cleanly. It was in the air for quite a long time. I just don't think he quite picked it up. Just misread it. And the chance goes and Jaispal Pat puts one down. And then this one is a wide down the leg side. Jajant coming right across, covers all three stumps, but isn't able to clip this into the leg side. Obviously there is a tiny breeze. It's slowly picking up, and can't wait for it to do so. But Jajant right across his stumps, but it's a good take from Shan Malik, the keeper here today. Kitty saying it's sad there's only 2 days left in Portugal. That's obviously true. We've got tonight and then tomorrow and Wednesday, and then we're done here in Portugal. And that's just run down to third man. But no, it's been an outstanding, it's now a week and a half, coming up to nearly 2 weeks now. I've certainly enjoyed our time here, but there's still plenty of cricket left to go. And I hope that you will join me here on the European Cricket Network. Certainly looking forward to finals day on Wednesday for sure. We've got 2 more days of round robin fixtures until then. That's a good delivery from Syed Massam, just the top of the stumps, and Akbari again just trying to fend this into the offside, but isn't able to do so. It's a big swing from Akbari, misses out again. And you just have to think, bat on ball here is all you need to do. I know they're obviously just trying to, try and hit this into the offside, but he's playing down the wrong line. He's over-hitting, really. He's not going for timing. Akbari's a more than capable batsman. We've seen it throughout this tournament. He can really take the attack to the bowlers, but he just looks like he's just trying to over-hit here. This one stays low and evades the keeper, and this is going to go all the way. Massam is not happy. This is going to be 4 byes. And this time Shan Malik unable to keep this one out. Stays low, not much he could do. It pitches right in front of him and takes a kick to his right, and it runs down towards the boundary. Nothing that the backstop could do, and at the end of the 7th, Lisbon Capitals 43 for 3. And well, there we go. We've mentioned it a few times on the broadcast earlier in this match, but the 12th of September will be the start of the European Cricket Championship. The ECC starts with Ireland, Spain, Austria, Czech Republic and Portugal on the first week Group A. And Austria, they'll be going into that tournament with fine form, having just won their qualifiers up in Finland. So a huge congratulations to them. Obviously there's a few names that are very familiar to us, as Walid Amjad comes into the attack. Very slingy action, and he starts with a good dot ball. Take a look at this one. Proper Lasith Malinga vibes. But he starts well, starts with a dot. Artujan just taking a look there. And this is into the offside, but straight to Rana Salwan, and we could be close. But he gets back safely. Rana Salwan not going for the shy at the stumps, just trying to get that to Walid Amjad. You see here, direct hit. He would have had no chance, but he survives another day. And well, that one is a good delivery, right on a perfect Yorker length. Just proving a difficult customer here. And this is into the leg side, but he's not got all. It's right out of the toe. And it's a simple catch for Asim Sawad. And another wicket goes. It's Prathju John who has to go this time here in the 8th over. And the Capitals now 43 for 4. Pretty simple catch, really. He lapped that one up pretty nicely. There's a question from Kitty saying, is Belgium still going to happen? It's not on the upcoming events anymore. But as far as I'm aware, it's still up. It's still up for going ahead. Obviously, I'm scheduled to be out there with Vinny and certainly looking forward to that one. Good afternoon to Chris Smith. Joins us in the chat. Hi, Chris. How are you? I can tell you one thing. It's very warm where I am. As Mitul Patel, the golden boy for Lisbon Capitals, makes his way out. And he keeps this one out. And this is on the verge of a wicket maiden here for Walid Amjad. And once again, we've seen this a few times here in Portugal. The first 5 deliveries, getting a wicket, not going for a run, and just too full to full toss. So it isn't a wicket maiden, but it's an outstanding over nonetheless from Walid Amjad. 1 for 1 off his first over, and at the end of the 8th, Lisbon Capitals 44 for 4. Never really looked up to the task of the Lisbon Capitals, and you can just see here, never been above the run rate, always been chasing along. And they obviously, it looks like it's pretty much certain that they're going to fall short here. Unless there's the unlikely outcome that they hit a 6 every single delivery for the next 12 balls. And this game is going to be over all she wrote, as it's 75 off 12 now. But we're going to see Jayesh Popat for the first time with a bit of loopy leg spin. Bit of Chinaman about him here. That's a bit of a shock to the system. We haven't seen that yet from the man who's normally been with the gloves. Bit of leg spin. Mitul Patel just stands there and goes, oh, okay. Oh, that one will be a wide ball. This has just perked the Marlo Kalanders up a little bit here with Popat here. Mitul Patel drags this into the leg side and will just be a single. Oh, that one gets a massive amount of turn. Popat almost wasn't really expecting it from himself. And it spins into a wide. If anything, it was actually pitching out of the wide. It looked pretty much a lot straighter from where I was, but clearly not. And this has gone into the leg side, and Akbari gets a lot on this one. And this sails over the leg side and goes all the way, and it's 6 corridas. Akbari lighting up here. He's been eyeing up that leg side for a long time, and he gets this one away. And it's the second 6, and it's the first boundary we've had since the 6th over. But he went again, and that's good. Good bowling from Jayesh Popat. I have to say, I'm a bit of a fan of this leg spin. I have to say, it's a bit refreshing. Getting a good amount of flight, bit of dip, good turn. Getting it in the right areas as well. Well, that was an appeal. And it's being called a no ball. It is obviously above his waist. So it has been called, so it will be a free. I think he's okay. Was he taking the wind out of him there a little bit? And that's going to be a free hit here for Akbari here up against the bowling of Jayesh Popat, the leg spin. Well, and that's a good delivery. Pretty much in the same position, but he's okay. But it's obviously a dot ball off the free hit. That one would have been possibly pretty close if it wasn't a free hit. And this is again pretty good delivery from Popat. And that will bring us to the end of the 9th. 10 off it. And at the end of the over, Popat is pretty happy with himself. And at the end of that over, the Capitals are 54 for 4. And it's going to be the man who bowled a tremendous previous over, Walid Amjad, 1 for 1 off his first over. He's got 6 balls left, and he's bowling for Marlow here in the 10th. That's not quite out the middle of the bat. Najam Shazad will come round and he'll keep it to a single. It's a good shot from Mitul Patel, but doesn't quite get enough on it. It just starts with a single. And again, well, they're going to try and push through it. Good running from Patel. And a shy at the stumps. Well, I think he's going to be gone here. I don't know what's really happened there. He's not actually taken the stumps out. So he obviously has to grab the stump because it's obviously been dislodged. So he technically will survive, Will Patel, I think. He was out by a fair distance, but he didn't take. He obviously didn't take the stump in his hand, so he survives. And this is gone high, and this is going to go all the way. And this is it's a little bit too late, really, but it's a good shot nonetheless. And it's 6 corridas for Salam Akbari. Two full from Walid Amjad. Not quite the same over that he had previously. He's gone for 9 off this over so far. Shorter and gets nothing on it, and it will just be a dot ball. Pretty a good innings, but again, in the context of the game, just isn't really enough from the Lisbon Capitals. Never looked like they were going to be getting near this total, but they've got another opportunity in the next game. That's in around about an hour's time. And well, that's a wicket. So Amjad gets his second, just clipping the leg stump. Akbari has to go for a well-made 26 off 24, and another wicket falls now. Capitals 63 for 5. He has to go, and the batsman will come in with one delivery to face. And it will be Sunil Patel comes out in at number 7. Capitals look like they're going to be around about 50 or so runs short. It is going to be Sunil Patel making his way out, taking his time. Single delivery left, and Walid Amjad certainly has bowled really well here. Final delivery here in match number 26. And it will be a single into the leg side. So Lisbon Capitals will take a defeat here, and it's a good showing of cricket from the Marlow Kalandars, and they will take victory by 54 runs here in match 26. As there's handshakes all round, but these two teams will go at it again. But Lisbon Capitals will need a major improvement if they're going to get near this. If they're going to have an opportunity. As we take a look at the highlights, the two openers never looked like they were going to be able to get going really for the Capitals. That was a good early shot from Saddam Ryan, but that was really as good as it got. That was again another beautiful shot for Anthony Chambers. So 2 early shots down the ground, but that was the best of the openers. Saddam Ryan was dismissed. He was bowled by Najam Shahzad. 6 off 5 with a 1-4 to his name. He ended up getting clean bowled. But again, good bowling from Najam Shahzad. He only had the 1 over. That was a good over. 1 for 8 off of his single over. But this was a good shot from Anthony Chambers. But he found the man, and he had to go. He picked out Ahmad Ikram. Didn't really have to move. Oh, this one was another opportunity. It was a good catch by Najam Shahzad to remove the skipper, Rahul Bhardwaj, who came in at number 4, 2 for 5 off him. And then there was a bit of a fight back from Saddam Akbari, and he hit a few lovely 6s into that leg side. That was one of them. Got down on one leg. That had some insane height, but it went the distance. And then, well, this was that was an easy catch really in the deep, and that was a good first over from Waleed Amjad. He ended up with outstanding figures. We got to see a little bit of interesting leg spin, but it was a little bit effective really from Papat. He didn't get a wicket, but he certainly bowled some good deliveries and asked a few questions. But Waleed Amjad was really the man for Marlow. 2 for 11 off of his 2 overs, alongside Asim Sawad, 2 for 12 off of his 2 overs. Really was the main man, and then that was how Akbari had to go. He was clean bowled, clipping that leg stump. But as I said, a pretty convincing victory for Marlow. Just solidifies their spot at number 3 in the tournament, and they close the gap to Gorkha 11 in second. So they take victory. They beat the Lisbon Capitals by 54 runs. But don't go anywhere. We will be back in around about 55 minutes or so for match number 27, as these 2 teams will go at it again. So do come back for that as you're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. A very warm welcome back to El Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo here in Coimbra, and you join me, Charlie Hunt, here for match number 27 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. And what a first game we had here this afternoon. We saw Lisbon Capitals getting defeated by about 54 runs in match 26, but they're back for revenge. And, well, no surprise that the skipper for the Marlow Calanders, Najam Shazad, went ahead and decided to bat once again after winning the toss. And we're going to have a bit of a different opening spell here, as Akshad Patel is going to open up for the Capitals here. And no surprise that Mohamed Adnan and Ahmed Ikram is going to open us up for the Calanders. But a very warm welcome to everybody around the world tuning in on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel, or whether you're watching on FanCode in India. A good afternoon to all of you. And I know that many people have been back and forth between the games here and Portugal and Germany, I should say. But we're ready to get underway with match number 27. Good start from Akshad Patel. There's a change with the gloves as Sunil Patel has got the gloves. Well, that's two straight. There's a man out there, though. And he doesn't time it enough, so it is just a single. And he's off the mark with one run into the leg side. But a warm welcome to everybody tuning in on our live chat. If you are watching on YouTube, do go ahead and get involved. Obviously, that game in Germany just finished as Magdeburg beat Cadetta Commons by 8 wickets. And that brought us to an end of a very exciting first day out in Portugal. Obviously, we're there for 2 weeks in Dresden and then 2 weeks in Krefeld. A little German vacation, as I like to call it. This is hit and hit well, and this will be the first boundary. Ikram straight into the money, and this sails down, straight down the ground, and it's the first boundary. Cuatro carreras. Given a bit of flight from Akshad Patel. Not scared to do so, but this time gets punished, and it's a easy, good way to get off the mark for Ahmed Ikram. And he's got the breakthrough. That's a great comeback. And the Capitals in the wickets early on, and the first wicket falls halfway through the first over. Marlow Calanders 5 for 1. Just trying to drag this from a long way outside off. Interestingly, as obviously he went well, the delivery prior went straight down the ground, but this time trying to go into the leg side. And he's completely played the wrong line, and he has to go for 4 off of 2. Gives me an opportunity to say a good afternoon to Louis Bruce, Mike Seal, Kitty Hunley as well. Start 1111. A good afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us here in Portugal. Plenty of cricket on show on the European Cricket Network, that is for certain. As, no surprise, the skipper, this time no lid, makes his way out at number 3, coming in a little bit earlier than he would have anticipated and probably would have preferred, but he's in. Got a nice 30 off of just 14 deliveries in the first game here this afternoon. But again, a huge congratulations to all the crew on a successful first day out in Germany. And Shazad straight to Divya Patel. And it's a dot ball to start for Shazad. This one, well, I think it might have made contact with the stumps here. As that one looked as if it came off the inside edge onto the pad. We take another look here. Onto the pad. When it makes contact with the base of the stumps. But the bails aren't dislodged, so he survives early, does Najam Shazad. And a good over from Akshad Patel. 5 from it. And at the end of the first, Marlow Calanders 5 for 1. Well, I think they're going to go for double spin. And we're going to see Salam Akburi. He had a pretty good time out with the ball in the previous game. But he's got an opportunity coming in now at this second over. He ended with figures. of 2 for 23. So he took 2 wickets in the first game. A few too many runs that he probably would have preferred. But he's got a chance here now. And finds the outside edge. Mohammad Adnan, and will just be a single. A good afternoon to Girish Singh. Hope you're well, resting up obviously with your injury. And also to those mentioned previously, thank you for joining us here. If you haven't already, do subscribe and do hit the like button on the broadcast. Well, that's one way to get you to hit that like button. Yes, it's gone all the way, and it says Correidas. And that flew a long, long way. It's a slot delivery, has to be said. And he gets the treatment, not the style that Akbi would have wanted. Najam Shahzad goes big. And this is into the offside, down to third man, and good cricket comes through for a single. And this one finds the edge. It's a good delivery from Akbari, but it's going to race away, but it's well cut off by Kukumar Patel. And it's just one run. But Adnan not looking as confident as he has been early on here. And again into the leg side. And it's all the way. Well, that's another huge shot into the leg side, down the ground, and it's another maximum here, and it's 6 runs. Najam Shahzad going early again. He now moves on to 13 off of just 5 deliveries now. This goes into the leg side. And a pretty expensive over, 16 off it at the end of the second. Marlow 21 for 1. Mohammad Adnan, he's been in since the start. Just isn't quite looking as confident as he has been, but we take a look at the standings. Not really been updated since that game. And Marlow, 12 points now, closing that gap ever so slightly. Well, this is down the ground. And just whizzes past me in the firing line when the Najam Shahzad is in town. And this goes all the way, and it's 6 runs. Well, that one was not far away. Najam Shahzad, he's clearly having it goes through there. You can just see me there. Only just to the right of me, but I was confident. Would have taken the catch, obviously, if need be. And this is flicked into the leg side, and the Najam Shahzad is here, and he means business. And he's now gone to 24 off of just 8 deliveries. It's another 4 runs. Wow, and Shahzad was going to go again. It's a wide ball. And they came through, but it was at the wrong end, really. But they do come through for a single. And Adnan this time, but it's straight through the fielder. And it went straight through. Kashif Ali went all the way, and it sails towards the boundary. And that's going to release a bit of pressure on Mohammad Adnan. It's 4 runs. Yeah, and you really do expect better things, really. It was hit well. Not quite out of the middle, but it certainly was coming at him at a rate of knots. He wasn't able to get anything behind it, so it's 4 runs. Floated up, right in the block hole. Adnan does well, just repairs the pitch a little bit there, but it was given a lot of flight. Just above the eye line, but it was well kept out in the end. Well, this time it's 2 straight. This looks like it's gone all the way, and it has, and it's gone for another maximum. It's another 6 runs. Marlow racing away early on here. 2 straight from Akshar Patel. Tries to correct himself, but gets this one all wrong. And it's right in Adnan's arc, and he's moved on to 13 off of 7 now. Start looking a little bit more comfortable out in the crease now. Into the offside this time. And Anthony Chambers will give chase, but he won't get there. And this is not the boundary that Akshar Patel would have wanted. It's wider of the crease. It was a borderline wide, but he let it go. And it's a good over. And at the end of the third, at the end of the power play, Marlow 47 for 1, going at just over 15 and over already. It was a great start with the bat. And once again, we've seen it many times over the last 2 weeks now for Marlow. Najam Shazad and Mohamed Adnan doing a lot of the damage early on. Good afternoon to Zishan Ashfaq. Saying, all right, who are you guys supporting? I'm Marlow, of course. Hope you're doing well, and welcome to the broadcast. It is going to be Akbadi. So these 2 bowlers bowling out pretty early on, which is something we very rarely see here, especially with spinners out in opening here. And this is hit again powerfully through the offside, and that's going to race away. That's 4 runs on any ground, and it's certainly 4 here. It's another boundary. It's wide up from Salam Akbari, and he gets punished. Najam Shazad is looking in fine form at the moment. Raced along to 28 off of just the 9 deliveries. This is hit flat, and it goes through. It was a very similar fashion as to how we got out last night. This one flies through the hands of Mitul Patel. There's not much that he could have done. It was coming at a rate of knots. It was above his head. He was pretty blind, but it goes all the way, and it's another 6 runs. And Najam Shazad tries to come through and meet the ball halfway, but isn't able to do so. Well, that one skids through. Stays low. Once again, the pitch misbehaving ever so slightly. And it is another 1 run to the total. And well, this move to go for spin from the first 4 overs, just have to wonder if it's really paid off. They did get the early wicket, however. The 2 in-form batsmen for Marlow Qalandars certainly taking the attack to them, and this one is just played back to the bowler. In a bit of an interesting position there. It was Mohamed Adnan. And this is into the leg side. Rahul Bardwaj is out there. He does well. It takes a big kick off the pitch, and he'll come through, and it'll just be a single. Good work from the skipper, leading from the front, body on the line. And at the end of that over, single on the total. And at the end of the 4th, Marlow 59 for 1. And well, it gives us an opportunity to inform you once again of the news that broke last week now. If you didn't know, well, get to know. We are flicking the switch to prime time. The European Cricket Championship will be under lights in 2022 down in Khartoum in Malaga. Certainly looking forward to that 5-week tournament of plenty international T10 cricket. But there's also going to be 7 days of cricket for 5 weeks, as there will be a European Cricket T10 tournament on the Saturday and Sunday. We We continue here with Kashif Ali. And that's an appeal. There certainly was an outside edge, but I think it might have been a bump ball. We take again another look here. It was a good call from the standing umpire. Change on the officials is Conrad Greenshields, back from his adventure at the Kendall Cup. And back into umpiring duty straight away. This is flashed into the offside. It sails over the short square boundary, and it's gone out of the ground. It goes all the way, and it's another maximum. So a big shot from Mohamed Adnan. He's now on into the 20s. And well, that just proves to show where Mohamed Adnan is at the moment. Just proving to be a little bit more explosive than consistent. He's consistently got around the 20 mark, but then he always seems to find his way of himself, a way of getting out. And then obviously Najam Shazad, he's not only been almost as explosive, but he's also been as consistent as ever, averaging just under 30 with the bat in this tournament. And you can see some of the real informed batsmen are going so well, and obviously we'll be seeing Suman Gimidi later on for Gorka. We continue here. This is a fuller delivery on a bit of a wide line, and well, that's sloppy really from Kashif Ali. Lets this one go and doesn't follow it through to pick it up, and they come through for a cheeky single. This is short, and he rotates through, and he a little bit early on it, if anything, and he'll come through. And well, a direct hit would have been very close. Rahul Bhardwaj out of nowhere, but it's a single. Chris Smith says, Charlie Hunt, how is Andy after that rebound in the face yesterday? I think he's doing okay. Got a bit of a nasty bruise to the eye, but I think he recovered pretty much after about an hour. He was back to his usual self, but he's okay now. But pass on your well wishes, and well, Adnan goes to hit it, but so that's going to be a dead ball. So we're going to have to go again. But Mohamed Adnan, he really looked as if he was going to try and take that one on. Kashif Ali getting this one all wrong, completely letting this one go. Just a bit of sweat probably. Mohamed Adnan nearly took the head off of Sunil Patel. And this is down the leg side, and I think Sunil Patel still a little bit frightened after that encounter, but it's going to be a wide and a run as well. Slower ball and picked, but it's straight to the man. And once again, Najam Shazad gets a start, but he goes for the big shot. And he picks out Divya Patel, and that's a good catch. It came at him at a serious rate of knots. But Najam Shazad has to go. He falls for 35, and Marlo Kalanda's 69 for 2. Full toss. Often gets a wicket. It's not the easiest of deliveries to get away, as it comes at you a little bit quicker obviously than anticipated. Just didn't quite get enough elevation on that one. He wasn't able to get underneath it, but he has to go. A well-made 35 off of just 14 deliveries, 2 4s and 4 6s. It's another slower delivery. And this time it's a no ball. So this time it is a no ball. And Massam is going to get a pretty good opportunity to get off the mark. So it is a free hit. So Massam facing up. He's got a big opportunity here. And it's into the leg side. He'll take it. It's a good catch from Anthony Chambers, but he obviously is well aware that that's a free hit. And it cost them just a single, but that's great work in the field from Chambers. There's a bit of a half tracker. Andrew Chambers just takes it pretty calmly. Calm and collected, and it comes through for a single at the end of the fifth halfway stage. Marlow looking pretty set here, 71 for 2. Obviously with Massam in alongside Mohamed Adnan, who's 25 off of 13 at the moment. Well, this is interesting. Even though the spinners have really been attacked in the first 4 overs, we're going to see Saddam Ryan come into the attack with a bit of right arm tweaks. And this is punished into the leg side, and it will go all the way. And it's another 6 runs, and not the start that Saddam Ryan would have wanted. He gets punished off his first ball. Not real full-time spinner. He's been asked to do a job here. And he gets punished early on. It's a good response. It's Fuller. Doesn't give him as much room, and Akbari comes around and keeps it to just a single. Zishan saying they've got to reach the 150 target this time. Looking good there. This is even bigger into the leg side. This time it's Mohamed Adnan, and it goes all the way. 6 runs maximum. And Ryan is getting the treatment early on here. It was a shorter delivery. Doesn't get a lot of turn. Just sort of sits up, really. But he gets punished. And he's still got 3 deliveries left in his over. This time it's into the offside. There's a man out there, and he fields that well. That's Kashif Ali. Keeps it to a single. 6-1, 6-1 so far in this over. So if anything, if history's anything to go by, this really should be going all the way. Obviously it's not Adnan on strike, but it is Massam. He's got a big opportunity again here. And well, we go against the order of play, and it is a wide ball. Does go into the leg side again, but he's not quite able to split the field. And it's a single down to long on. But this is good batting, really, from Marlow. They're not trying to hit every ball. They're getting a delivery in their arc. And, well, that's clever, really, from Ryan. He saw Adnan move early. Just turned around and said, well, I'm not going to bowl, so you can go back to where you started. He goes again into the leg side. He's not quite got all of this. It's eventually stopped by Divya Patel, but a little bit sloppy, and, wow, a direct hit would have been very close. But it does cost them an extra run. So Adnan comes through for the second. 2 runs to finish the over. 89 for 2 after 6. We take a look at some of the bowling stats at the moment. Obviously, opening with spin, Akshar Patel and Saddam Akbari, not the start that they would have wanted. They were looking to change things up. Didn't quite pay off, as Akshar Patel went for 1 for 31 off of his 2 overs and none for 27 off of Akbari's overs. That's not quite what they were asking from the first 4 overs, but Mitul Patel, he's into the attack now here in the 7th. Marlow still going along at just under 15 and over. highest in this. And there's a big appeal. Conrad turns it down. I think for me, might have been going on, but Conrad saying, all right, well, firstly, I can't see when you run straight across me. I think for me, it's pitching out to leg, and really when the bowler's there, you can see he even appeals straight in front of him. Conrad just turns around and says, well, can't really do much when I can't see. If you want a dismissal, you need to let me be able to have a look, as this is another single dragged into the onside. Interesting enough, though, we've not seen the leading wicket taker for the Lisbon Capitals, the skipper, Raul Badawadj. We've not seen him yet. This has gone high. It's an opportunity, and Akbari had the outstretched arm, but unable to quite get there. They had some hang time, just wasn't able to get round, and it's a single to the total. My Sam living life dangerously here. This is hit well again, straight to the fielder. Kashif will gets his body behind it. It was hit pretty well from Adnan, and it's again another single to the total, but well watched from Ali. That was a big swing into the leg side. Well, it was almost a direct hit. Great work from the keeper, but unable to quite get the breakthrough. I'm pretty sure a direct hit, and he almost would have been gone. You see here, and for me, he's gone with a direct hit, but it's good effort, good pressure. This is again not middled, and it will just be a single, but a good first few deliveries in this over. He's got one left. He's only gone for 4. Needs to finish off well here, just dragging them back into this duel so ever so slightly. And well, he doesn't. It's the simple case of the commentator's curse. Mitul Patel gets punished into the leg side. It's a full ball, and he gets the treatment. My Sam with 6 runs to finish the over. And he's not going to miss out on a slot ball like that. In the arc, it goes the distance, and a big 6 brings up the 100 for Marlow at the end of 7, 102 for 2. And take a look at the schedule coming up over the next few weeks. Obviously, we started our German vacation, 4 weeks in Germany, 2 weeks in Dresden, and then we go to Krefeld for 2 weeks. We were obviously there for around a week a few months ago for the Tri-Series in Germany, the International Tri-Series. But then we go to Belgium for 2 weeks of T10 cricket, and then we've got 5 weeks of international T10 cricket. But don't forget that will be alongside the that will be alongside a domestic T10 tournament in Spain as well on the Saturday, Sunday. So 5 weeks of 7 days of cricket. And the skipper now into the attack, Raul Badawadj. Starts with a slot ball. This has gone high. It's an opportunity, but it'll go all the way. And Mohamed Adnan once again into the 40s, and he starts with a 6 here in the 8th. Again, we've seen it time and time again. Mohamed Adnan gets starts. We've seen him get in the 40s, but can he convert into a half century? Hit strongly down the ground to Mitul Patel. And the robot saying, feels like the grass gets greener as the Portugal T10 show goes on. I don't know when it was last cut. I think it was a couple days ago. But obviously the sun and the mixed with the sprinklers just gets the grass going. But Zishan also asking how Conrad's injury is. I'll come to that after this ball. It's a good comeback from Badawadj. But Conrad, he's doing well. He obviously played in the Kendall Cup. He was actually, Conrad's essentially the reason that I started here on European Cricket Network. He was supposed to cover the Valletta Cup, but had an injury and was unable to travel, so I popped in at the last minute. And this is into the onside for another single. Conrad played in the Kendall Cup, had a good time with the boys up in Porto, playing against Porto obviously for Lisbon, but He's back now and he's on umpiring duties. That's a good delivery from Raul Badouaj. Mohamed Adnan took a step into the on side, was trying to give himself a bit of room, but wasn't quite able to make it pay. Good bowling from Badouaj. It's a similar delivery, but this time it's a little bit straighter. And, well, Kashif Ali unable to cut that off. And it's going to be another boundary, and it brings us to the end of the 8th with 4 runs to the total. So 12 off of that over, the first over from Badouaj. At the end of 8 overs, Marlow 114 for 2 with 12 deliveries remaining. You can see there are obviously only the 2 wickets falling in the first and the 5th. And we're going to see Kashif Ali continue here. So Mitul Patel getting held back, probably for the possibly the final over. Now this is hit well, but straight to the man in front of me. And it's a carbon copy from the previous game. Didn't have to move, and he takes it calm and collectedly. And Saeed Massam has to go. He goes for 17. Marlow 114 for 3. Calm as a cucumber. Didn't need to move, just put the hands up. Took it pretty cleanly. But a good catch from Mitul Patel to remove the dangerous Saeed Massam. He goes for 17 off of 11. And it brings the new batsman to the crease, Rana Sawar. So Rana Sawar makes his way out to the middle. He's got a matter of 11 deliveries left in this game, or in this innings, I should say. Oh, and it's again an attempted slower ball, but just isn't able to execute this, Kashif Ali, and I think he should just keep that one in the back pocket for now. It's not really paying off for him. It's costing him more than the reward at the moment. The risk is almost too much than the reward at the moment. This is a bottom edge, and it'll just be a single. It's a little bit of a misfield from Jinal Patel, but it doesn't cost him anything, and it gets the dangerous Adnan on strike. He only needs 2 for his half century. Into the leg side, and well, that will be 4 runs into the leg side, and it brings up his half century. And what a way to do so. He's had a few scores in the 40s, but Adnan this time is able to convert, and he will get his half century. And he brings up with a lovely shot into the leg side. It's not been picked up. I think it has just dipped at the very last moment, so it's below the waistline. But nonetheless, it's a lovely half century, but he's still got a way to go. And well, that's going to be a few more as that's punished into the leg side, and Adnan means business here, and that's another 6. Stand and deliver stuff from Mohamed Adnan. And he's had a few scores in the 40s at this tournament, but he'll be glad to see this one get into the 50s, and this is just going to be a single down the ground to Mitul Patel. And wow, little bit sloppy from the Capitals, just switching off for a second. They come through, throws the ball in, and it evades Ali. And they just quickly come through for a single. And I think that just proves, you know, the difference between the Capitals and the rest of the field at the moment. Just moments of lapse of concentration. And well, that's again punished. And this is a big over. It's 19 off it. And Adnan now moves on to 66 with a 6 into the leg side. And that brings us to the end of an eventful 9th over. Marlow 134 for 3. Well, that 150 is certainly on. We've not seen a score reach 150 yet. We've had a higher score of 143. That was Gorka 11 in match 20 against the Lisbon Capitals. And it will be Mitul Patel to bowl the final over here in the first innings. And he starts with a wicket. Rana Sawad trying to go big. He's got the license to do so, but plays all around this. And he has to go for just the one. And another wicket falls. Marlow 134 for 4. And the new man to the crease will be the ever dangerous Hasim Sawad. He's capable of hitting a very long ball. 16 needed to reach that 150. Will certainly do their net run rate a bit of good. And Patel is going to continue round the wicket to the left-handed Sawad as he faces up for his first delivery. It's a full toss, dragged into the leg side, and it's collected by Salam Akbari and keeps it to just the single, but it brings the dangerous Mohamed Adnan on strike. 66 off 27 at the moment. He's got 4 fours and 6 sixes to his name. Incredible striking. Striking at 244 at the moment. He's got 4 deliveries left. Into the leg side. He's hit this well, but it's straight to Divya Patel, and it'll just be a single what it was going to be. And these runs really are slipping through the fingers of the Capitals here. It's a big swing, and they do come through again. It could be close at the non-striker's end, and they will come through for a second. And it's all happening, and well, we almost saw another example of a bit of European cricket madness, however, unable to do so. So it's another 2 to the total. Adnan moves into 70. So Adnan, he's 70 off of 29. Obviously, the highest score we've had in this tournament so far. Rao Imran 77 off of 22. That was for the Gamblers SC. But Mohamed Adnan is certainly going to be up for the task. He's got 2 deliveries left. Well, that's one of them. It's gone into the leg side, and that's gone all the way. One of the biggest shots of the day, and it's 6 runs maximum. No surprise, it's off the bat of Mohamed Adnan. 76 off of 30 deliveries now. And this is certainly going to help him in his quest for the best batsman of this tournament. So 1 delivery remaining. Into the leg side, it'll be 4. So they won't get up to that 150 mark. They'll fall 1 short. But Mohamed Adnan, hold your head high. He finishes 18 not out off of 31 deliveries. He's been there from the entire innings. He was there from ball 1, and he can raise his bat. He finishes unbeaten on 80 off of 31, and at the end of their 10 overs, Marlow 149 for 4. We take a look at the highlights, and what a highlights package this will be. Mostly around one man, as that was a brilliant shot from Ikram. However, very next ball he chopped on, and he had to go for 4 off of 2, but it brought the dangerous Najam Shahzad to the crease. Coming in at number 3, this is a position that he's pretty settled in now, and he comes in and he always goes from the off, and that was one of 4 sixes for him in his innings today, as he ended up with 35 off of just 14 deliveries. And well, there was an early start, and there was a bit of a change in tactics from the Capitals, and I don't mind it. Obviously got to change things up, but they decided to go for spin for the first 4 overs. It didn't really pay off. Only 1 wicket falling, but the 2 spinners of Akshar Patel and Salam Akbari going for a fair few of runs between them. Well, I nearly got taken out by Shahzad. He was obviously calm and collected and let it flow through. Didn't hear any of the equipment, but again, it was just incredible hitting from Mohammad Adnan. Highlight after highlight, 7 sixes and 5 fours to his name. His strike rate of 258.06. Incredible hitting as he holds his bat all the way through. And he just took a liking to Akshar Patel. Akshar Patel finishing with figures of 1 for 31 off of his 2 overs. And then that man, Salam Akbari, finishing with none for 27. Again, it's a big ask to push spinners at the top of the order when you've got the power play fielding restrictions in place. It's not an easy job, but Mohammad Adnan certainly made them pay. Even if there was a bit of a stray from the seamers and they came in the middle overs, he was very quick to pounce on anything that was full or back of a length. And well, Kashif Ali, he had 2 wickets to his name. That was one of the funnier moments. Adnan, he went for a big shot. Well, it was obviously a dead ball. Completely let go wrongly by Kashif Ali, but he finished with figures of 2 for 32. And even though he went for the most runs off of the 2 overs, he did get the breakthroughs. As Syed Massam, he went well. He was 17 off of 11 with 2 sixes to his name. Good strike rate of 154. But then Saddam Ryan, he came in for 1 over and he got dispatched to all ends of the ground. He went for 18 off of his single over, no wickets, and it meant that they went back to what they know best. Al Badwachi went for none for 12 off of his over. Was the more tidier over from the entire 10. Wasn't unable to get the breakthrough. And well, that man again, just continuing to hit it to all ends of the park. And well, in his entire innings, from his total of 80 runs, 61 were on the onside, 32 through the mid-wicket region, and 27 into the square leg, and then 19 runs into the offside, with 11 through the covers. And that was another boundary, almost a no ball, but it wasn't called. Budwaj couldn't pick it up, but that was how he brought up his half century. But it kept on going from there, as he ended on going on to make a total of 80 runs off of just 31 deliveries. Incredible hitting. And Mithul Patel had a good first over, but the second over wasn't quite what he ordered. Ended up with figures of 1 for 27. He got the wicket of Rana Sawar, who had the license to go, really. He chopped on. We've seen that many times. And Mohammad Adnan came back, and that was a huge 6 into the leg side as he takes over from the highest score in this tournament. Was previously held by Rao Imran, but it now is under the name of a certain Mohammad Adnan with some outrageous hitting into the leg side. But he finishes with 80 off of 31 not out. And the end of the 10 overs, Marlow 149 for 4, setting Lisbon Capitals an outrageous task of 150 for victory. Don't go anywhere. We will be back in around about 15 minutes or so as you're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. welcome back to a very quick turnaround, and we're ready to get underway for the second innings of match number 27. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for the second innings of match number 27 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal at el Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo. And well, the Lisbon Capitals have been set the biggest target of the tournament. They've got, if they want to take a victory here, they've got to reach 150 off of their 10 overs. Assad Mahmood will be opening up for the Marlow Colanders. And well, the Lisbon Capitals, their highest score in this tournament is 95. So if they're going to get anywhere near this, they're going to have to be at their best, and it's going to be Assad Mahmood to get us underway. And this is into the leg side by Anthony Chambers, and he's off the mark straight away. A warm welcome back to everybody watching around the world. If you're tuning in on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, do subscribe. But also a good evening, good night to everybody in India watching on FanCode. I hope you're all well. And we've got a very exciting game here. Also, the action doesn't stop. We'll be here again for a third match later this evening, as Ryan misses out on this one, and it's a dot ball. This is an outside edge, and yeah, it goes through the legs of Jayesh Popat. Just doesn't go his way, and it's the first boundary. You take them however they come, and it's 4 runs. Popat gives a little giggle, and it sails through him all the way for 4 runs. This one stays low. He does well to keep this out, and it's just a dot ball, so not a terrible start here from Assad Mahmood. This one stays even lower, but the keeper Shan Malik does well. Ensures that it doesn't go through. He wears it on the chest, and it's another dot ball. So Assad Mahmood starting well here. Just 5 off the first 5 deliveries. He's got 1 more left in the opening over. Well, not quite finished, as that's a wide outside the off-wide line. And umpire Buck Stoneman obviously keen and ready to give that one a wide. And this is another good delivery, and he finishes up with a tidy dot ball. And a good start for Marlow. Lisbon Capitals 6 for none after the first. Well, there we go. We're getting closer to that 23. We obviously had to wait 23 matches between the first golden ball we had here in Portugal on a Sunday a week ago, and then obviously later on in the week we had to wait 23 matches. We got there eventually, but this time we're 21 matches in, and well, you never know what could happen. Coimbra Knights, they take on Gorka 11 in the next game here in Portugal. And the skipper, Najib Shazad, is going to be taking the second over here for Marlow. Off the pads. There's half of an appeal, but not really too much success, and they come through for a single leg bye. Now again, let's take a minute to just appreciate and say thank you to everybody for tuning in. If you are watching on YouTube, do get involved in the live chat. Much appreciate everybody's input over the last few hours. Obviously we're exactly, well, just over halfway through this evening's play. Obviously got a game and a half to go. into the leg side. He doesn't middle this whatsoever. And it'll come through for a single. Obviously that game between Coimbra Knights and Gorka 11 will be starting in around just over an hour and a half. Starting at 8 o'clock local time. This is a leg side wide, well left by Chambers. See a lovely boundary in the previous game, but wasn't able to continue on. He was caught at long off. That's a good catch by Ikram. He's at the top of the order again. Got an opportunity here to really build an innings in the 10 overs that he's got. It's a lovely shot into the onside, straight down the ground. That's good fielding from Maisam, but he was comfortably in. Those two know each other pretty well, as they have played together for the Portugal team. But he was in pretty comfortably. And a good evening back, a good welcome back to Chris Smith. Hope you're well, and I appreciate your very kind words. I've thoroughly enjoyed my time here in Portugal. Obviously slowly coming to an end. Being looked after incredibly well by everybody that's helped out. Obviously the ground and getting us to and from and taxiing us around, and then also looking after us at the ground. It's all been an incredible experience. Very much appreciated, and very appreciative of the opportunities here. Always nice to be watching some cricket. A huge thank you to you, Chris, for keeping me company alongside many others in the YouTube chat. Makes my life 10 times easier. I don't feel as lonely as I do here on solo commentary duties. I've never done a commentary gig with someone else, but I will be alongside Vinny Sandu in Belgium in a couple weeks. Certainly looking forward to that. This is a shorter delivery and judged a wide by umpire Conrad Greenshields. And obviously Zishan was asking about Conrad's injury. Obviously Conrad was scheduled to do the covering the Valletta Cup a few months ago in Malta. But just at the last minute he was cycling and fell off of his bike or had an accident and broke his ribs and was unable to fly. So I got the call very last minute, and here I am. And that is a good delivery really, as Ryan was advancing down the track, so therefore takes out the opportunity of the wide, and it's the one for the over, but he was advancing, which is pretty dangerous without a helmet. Chris asking, what was the reasoning behind the extra Portugal tournament? There was an opportunity, a slot came available. A slot came available on the schedule, and we wanted to have it as a night series, obviously because we always had the scheduled tournaments throughout the day. So obviously with the Italian summer series and then moving into Germany. This is another full toss and another wide. Shajad struggling to finish off the over hit. But no, there was a space came available, and we asked around as to, obviously there's only a certain few areas and grounds that can accommodate us. And due to the night series, obviously because of the slot that's available, this is a slower delivery, clatters into the pad, certainly going down leg, but it's a good end to the over eventually, with just 5 from it at the end of the second. Lisbon Capitals 12 for none. No, so the opportunity came about, and the Portuguese Federation were obviously keen, and obviously when you can have day-night cricket as we can here with the lights, just makes it 10 times easier. So that was the reasoning, and well, what a tournament we've had. Obviously not over. We've got coming down right into the thick of it as we take a look at the standings. Obviously that victory for Marlow, pushing them up to 12 points, and Capital still at the bottom with just that single victory. But what a victory it was. If they don't take any more victories in their tournament, they'll certainly have amazing memories with that Golden Ball victory, breaking the record for the longest wait between. It was 405 matches in the end, as Asad Mahmood continues into his second over. But a warm welcome to Vinny Sandu joins us. Says, looking forward to ending your solitude, Charlie. I'm certainly looking forward to that, Vinny. Very much looking forward to that. And it's sloppy here. Could be an opportunity. There was a misfield from Asad Mahmood, and Chambers was pretty keen to come through. No, Coimbra Knights, Chris saying it certainly does help with Coimbra Knights having their own floodlights. It does. It's an outstanding facility for cricket. Obviously used to be a former football field. Obviously not the second. This isn't the first. That's outstanding fielding from Rana Sawad. The one-handed pickup. And then gets it in and it keeps it to the 1 run. We take another look at this one. That's incredible reactions at the cover point region. You see that one-handed on the dive and then comes up through. Chris saying, what are you up to next, Charlie, after this one? Well, I'll go back home. So I'm in between years at university. So I'll go back home to sunny La Manga Club down in Murcia in Spain. I'll be back to playing cricket. I'll be playing cricket on Sunday for La Manga Torrevieja Cricket Club. And then I'll just be relaxing, really, catching up with some family and friends. And then in a couple of weeks, I'll be back on the road. I'll be off to Belgium, as I mentioned with Vinny. Certainly looking forward to that. But no, I'll be looking forward to spending a bit of time with my parents before I eventually go back to London for university. I've thoroughly enjoyed my time here in Portugal. It's a beautiful little town is Miranda, and obviously Coimbra not too far away. This is into the leg side. Won't be a boundary, as it's a bit of a cloth really, and they come through for a single to end the over. So at the end of the third, at the end of the power play, Capitals just going along at their own pace really, 14 for none. Vinny just saying, just a quick pop-up in before back to lurking. I know Vinny's obviously taking 3 weeks off, a well-earned break. And I wish him all the best in his rest. I know he'll be paying attention to all the cricket that's going on in Germany when we finish. And welcome back to Kitty Hunley, joins us again. He joined us for an interesting chase here. And we're going to be a little bit of left arm spin as Asim Savad. He's on his own with the appeal. It's a great appeal. But Conrad Greenshields turns it down and they come through for a leg bye. Take another look at this one. I think it was pitching outside. It wasn't really, but it didn't spin as much as I previously thought it was, but it was going down the leg side. And this is a good delivery from Sawad, and it's a well-respected response from Chambers. Just met with the full face of the bat. And that's a lovely shot from Chambers, and that will go all the way. And it's 6 runs. And that's a lovely shot through the covers from Anthony Chambers. That forward press against the spin, and it sails over the boundary. That will certainly relax Anthony Chambers a little bit here, calm the nerves, and that's just pushed into the onside. There's opportunity of buzzers, but turned down. It's well backed up by the man there. Extra cover. That's Alana Sawad, the manager, as they all like to call him, Di Marlo. And this is into the leg side again, but completely mistimed. And Ryan just isn't looking as comfortable at the crease as we've previously seen him. He's now 7 off of 14, striking at just 50. I think these two are going to need to start just going for it, really. That's an outstanding delivery from Sawad, and what a way to end the over. And Chambers just turns around and goes, it's a pretty good delivery, that one. That's an absolute beauty of a delivery. Coming in, and then it's an insane amount of grip away from the outside edge. That's an absolute peach. And it brings us to the end of a tidy over. Just 8 from it. The one maximum. At the end of the 4th, Lisbon Capitals 23 for none. But no, Chris, I appreciate all your questions. But no, I'm looking forward to going back home and seeing the family and some friends, and I'll be able to keep up to date with what's going on when I'm gone. I'll be following all of our social medias, and if you haven't already done so, go ahead and do it. We're on the likes of Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Josh, which is a new platform that I've never heard of, and I only found out what it is the other day, but also TikTok and Telegram, as we're going to see Yassir Sabir. And well, I say that Ryan doesn't quite look as comfortable, but that's one way of making yourself comfortable. That's gone all the way, met with the full face of the black, and it goes all the way. 6 runs. Not the start that Yassir Sabir would have wanted. He's comes down the track, and that's a beautiful shot from Sanam Ryan. This is down the leg side. Not the start that Sabir would have wanted. And there's a bit of good chat about some university chat, education. I'm very lucky as I study sports business and broadcasting, so this slots in pretty much perfectly. It's how I got into the European Cricket Network. I met Vinny previously, played in the Spanish finals a couple years ago. Met Vinny for the first time there, and got chatting to him, and I've also got a couple of friends who are also involved who play in the same club back home. Paul Fletcher and Andy House, they do the integrity matters for the ECN, and obviously Rico as well. So I've known a few people involved, and it just happened that I was studying sports broadcasting, and it just sort of fit in really well. This has gone high in the air, but it's going to fall safely. It's a good pickup for Amasim Sawad, and this will just be a single. But you can see at this stage, Marlow was 66 for 1 at the same stage, where the Capitals, well, they haven't lost a wicket, but they are 35 runs behind, and they just looks like they're struggling ever so slightly here. And this is flash, but flash straight to the man, and that's a bit of a disappointing dismissal for Chambers. He was flashing hard outside the off stump, but he picked out the man at the moment. He can't stay out of the game for too long. Mohamed Adnan takes the catch, and another wicket falls. Lisbon Capitals, it's the first one to go, 31 for 1. So he has to go. He was trying to really get on with things, really. He goes for a 10 off of 11. And it brings Saddam Akbari out to the crease. He batted well in the first game. Looks pretty solid at the crease. But this one just carved away straight to the man. And you can see there, he goes straight to the camera. And the new batsman, Saddam Akbari, comes to the crease. Conrad just looking as if he's struggling out there in the heat. He's obviously had 2 days in the sun playing in the Kendall Cup. There he is there. He was just leant over a little bit, but he's doing a tremendous job. All of the officials have been over the last 2 weeks. Bucks, Conrad and Gert, and then we also had Shub's been out in the middle, Tyrone, Suleiman as well, and then also we had Faf, and well, Faf Stoneman, who's been helping out around the ground. What a weekend he had in the Kendall Cup. I'll come to that in just a second. And Akbari off the mark straight away with a pretty confident drive down the ground. It's just a single. No, Faf Stoneman in his it was his debut in the Kendall Cup. For those of you that don't know what the Kendall Cup is, it's a match between Lisbon and Porto. It's the 161st edition this year. And Faf Stoneman, in his debut, he's played for Portugal. In his debut, scored a fifer and a ton in the Kendall Cup. So huge congratulations to him. And well, Sabir gets another one, and a good way to end the over. It's a wicket, and it's Ryan who has to go 14 off of 18 for him. Never really quite looked like he was able to get going, but a wicket falls. And at the end of the 5th, at the halfway stage, Lisbon Capitals 32 for 2. And Conrad Greenshields, there's a little bit of conversation about what of the umpires, and Chris saying not fun for the umpires wearing black in 40-degree heat. Certainly isn't. I do feel for them. That's why we are so appreciative of the work that they do. It's not easy to stand out there throughout the day in this heat. The only thing that they say that sort of keeps it a little bit sane, or keeps them sane, is that they get the most of the breeze out in the middle. Zishan, let us know where you're watching from. Appreciating all of your inputs in the chat. Glad to see you there, but let us know where you're watching from. And we are going to see Asim Sawad continue, but what a first over for Sabir. 2 for 9. But Asim Sawad continues here. Big appeal, but certainly going down the leg side. And impact not even on the 5th stump. This is shorter, and again turned down by umpire Conrad Greenshields. Take another look. I think height really was the issue. Impact, it's just on the waistline, so it would have been going over. This is hit well down the ground. Evades the diving Asim Sawad, and Akbari will get a single. But Akbari in that first game went pretty well. Wasn't obviously quite able to get his team over the line. As the new batsman is Rahul Bhardwaj, and starts with a dot ball. No, in that game, in the 64 that they scored, Sadam Akbari scored 26 off of 24 with 3 boundaries. So be interesting to see. He's got his iron now. Can he really try and go big, as Bhardwaj is off the mark this time with a clip off the hip for a single? And he does try and go big, but misses out this one. It's good delivery from Sawad. It's been a good over, it has to be said. He finishes with figures of none for 10 after his 2 overs, and at the end of the 6th, Capitals 34 for 2. But again, do remember that after this game there'll be a little bit of a break, but we'll be back at 8 o'clock local time as the Coimbra Knights look to keep their hopes alive. They take on Gorka 11, who are in fine form after taking a thumping victory, it has to be said, against the leaders GSC, Gamblers SC. Well, there you go, Zishan Afak saying, I'm in Lisbon actually. These are all my brothers playing for Marlow. I spend a lot of time with these guys, even train with them sometimes. Well, there you go. I'm glad you're embracing the opportunity to watch your fellow friends and comrades playing here on the European Cricket Network, as we're going to see Waleed Amjad into the attack, and he starts with a good delivery to dot ball. And it's just one of the beauties of the European Cricket Network. So providing the opportunity for players who wouldn't normally get many opportunities to be on stream, be on TV, just allows for friends and family to take an interest. This is a good shot from Rahul Bhardwaj down the ground. He holds the pose, doesn't quite time it though, and it'll be a single. And Akbari into the leg side again, not really middled. Christmas saying, I know US cricket are expanding out there. It certainly is. Obviously, the USA have really gone from strength to strength in terms of the way that they play their cricket, but also their setup and how it's been expanded out in the US. I'd love to keep up to date with all types of cricket around the world. That's a good delivery. Bhardwaj trying to swing from the hip, misses out. Now, the US cricket is certainly taking off. Obviously, they're doing well in the ICC rankings and really are doing pretty well with their development of the sport, which is always good to see. This has gone up in the air. I think it's going to fall safely, and it will. So Badwaj doesn't middle it at all. Just skies it. If anything, it's a bit of a sandwich. 60-degree lob. And it's just a single to the total. This is off the pad, so he'll get away with it out being a leg side wide. It just flicks off the pad of Sadam Akbari. And it brings us to the end of a very tidy over, just 3 from it. Again, Amjad proving a tricky customer to deal with at the end of the 7th. Capitals 37 for 2. And a bit of a shout out to one of our newer partners, Frederic Constant in Geneva in Switzerland. A huge thank you. They are now the official timekeeper of the European Cricket T10 FanCode. I should say the FanCode European Cricket T10, in fact. They are the timekeepers, and we're going to see, well, I'm looking forward to this. We're going to see a little bit of leg spin from Jayesh Popat, and it'll be interesting to see if he can pick up some wickets here. And he gets a lot of bounce, and it's just into the onside for 1 run. Picked up well by Syed Massam. So Marlow looking as if they're going to go on to a pretty convincing victory here against the Capitals. So they'll go 2 from 2 today. And Akbari pounces on this one. It sails over the on-watching Asim Sabad, and it goes all the way. And it's 6 runs. And 6 into the leg side. Sails over the boundary. And that will certainly do Akbari a heap of confidence. And that one just a little bit too slow, really, from Papa. It allowed Akbari the time to come on through and really give himself a bit of time, as this one is into the offside, and he will get a wicket. And he sits there and stands there and goes, well, there you go. That's how you do it. It's a good catch from Rana Sawan, and Sadam Akbari has to go. He goes for 9, and another wicket falls. It's the 3rd to go. Capitals 44 for 3. There's celebrations all round, obviously. Jayesh Popat usually with the gloves in hand, but give it an opportunity in the field and with the ball, and it's paid off. He's got a wicket. The new batsman makes his way out to the middle, and Kumar Patel makes his way out. We're yet to see him with the bat in this tournament. He's got a chance here, coming in at number 5. And this is into the offside again. Straight to Mohamed Adnan, and what a direct hit, would have been very close. And it's just a single. This is flighted and evades everything. Rahul Badwaj goes for a huge swing into the leg side, but misses out completely. He gets done by the flight. It's the tempter. And that one had snow on it as it came down. He played down the complete wrong line of it. It's a dot ball nonetheless. This is going to be a single into the onside. And it brings an end to a pretty good over from Popat, has to be said. Just 9 off it, beginning the wicket of Sadim Akbari. And at the end of the 8th, 2 overs to go. Lisbon Capitals 46 for 3. For a victory here for Marlow, will take them again, closing that gap to Gorka. Just 2 points behind them they will be after the win here. They'll have a game in hand depending on what happens this evening with Gorka 11 as they take on Coimbra Knights. Coimbra Knights a victory here to keep their hopes alive. It's a real big ask. We're going to see. Ahmed Ikram gets an opportunity with the ball. He's got an over here to make an impact. Badwaj missing out here. into the leg side. He's got a lot on this one, but it might be too much, and it is. And for the second time this evening, it's Najam Shahzad who catches the wicket of Rahul Bhardwaj. He has to go. He goes for 5 off of 11, and the 4th wicket falls. Capitals 46 for 4. And Chris giving us a good bit of information on cricket in LA. I'm going to give this a search as well. Again, I just think that, you know, the history of cricket all around the world is clearly there. So there's obviously, you know, remnants of history wherever you go, as Atul Patel. And this starts with a good, well-bowled Yorker. Obviously, Major League Cricket and Minor League Cricket slowly becoming a thing in the US. You know, taking on the similar lines of the MLB. Mitul Patel hits this well, and this will go 1 bounce 4, and it's in vain really, but it's a good shot again from Mitul Patel, and he gets off the mark with a well-earned boundary. 4 runs down the ground. And a good afternoon, good day to Wazza, watching from Australia, I believe. Wazza, hope you're well. Tune in here towards the end of match 27. This is again down the ground. Ikram will do the fielding off his own bowling. And it's a single to the total. This has gone high. It's going to be Ikram off his own bowling. He's completely lost it. And it will just be a single to Patel. It's a good over from Ikram. Well, they'll come through for a second, so it's cheeky, really. But they come through for the 2 runs. So at the end of the 9th, with 1 over remaining, the Capitals are 52 for 4. So do remember that we will be back in just over an hour after this game. We'll be back for match 28. We'll see the Coimbra Knights will be taking on the Gorka 11. Certainly looking forward to that. And Mitul Patel looking to go for a big shot. It goes for the reverse, but doesn't quite pay off. Ah, that's an outstanding leg spin, leg break bowler delivery. And Jayesh Popat gets his second in this game. And he just edged Mitul Patel into playing that shot. And it clatters into the top of the off stump. And it has to go. There's dip, there's turn, there's spin. And Popat gets his second. And the 5th wicket falls. And the Lisbon Capitals 53 for 5. Gives it a right old turn off the shoulder. Plays down the wrong line, misses out, clatters into the stumps as Sunil Patel is the next man in, coming in at number 7. Exactly 4 deliveries remaining. Wow, we're going to have a hat-trick opportunity as Jayesh Popat, the part-time leg spinner, gets 2 in 2. And he's on a hat-trick as another wicket falls, and the Capitals now 53 for 7. Much to the pleasure and laughter of all of his teammates. He's not really known for his bowling. He is Jayesh Popat, fair to say. Playing all around this one does Sunil Patel. It's done in the flight, just chucks it above the eye line, and he drags him into trying to play this across the line, and it clatters into the stumps, and another wicket falls here. We've now got a hat-trick opportunity. And we'll look at this. Even in T10 cricket, we're going to get an interesting field as Kashif Ali makes his way out. And this is interesting. They don't seem, I'm checking around, there's no one in the deep. So even if Kashif Ali takes a hold of this one, it's going to go all the way. There we go. We can see the Hall of Fame at the moment. Amrit Patel took one today in Germany. First day in Germany, they got a hat-trick. But here we go. Jayesh Popat. He's got a hat-trick opportunity, and there's the field. 2 slips, 3 slips, a leg slip. There's a gully, and it's a hat-trick ball. Wow, and there's an opportunity. We're going to go upstairs. It's a big appeal. I think we might have a hat-trick. The wicket-keeper and all the fielders surrounding are pretty confident. We're going to go upstairs, but it could be a hat-trick here. We take a look. Well, I think he's got something behind. I think he's safe. So it looks like we might miss out on the hat-trick. But what a spell of bowling this has been from Jayesh Popat. It's not out, much to the despair of all the fielders. And, well, what a real shame. Would have been lovely to see Jayesh Popat. He's got a smile on his face, and this is what European cricket's all about. Showcasing the excellence of European cricket all around the continent. And this time he does go. So Jayesh Popat gets his 4th, and he's on for a 5 for here. And unfortunately, it's the delivery after the hat-trick ball. And Kashif Ali has to go for another duck here. And the Capitals now 53 for 7. So there's one delivery remaining, and a delivery that means quite a lot to Jayesh Popat. A wicket here will bring up his 5 for. He's 4 for 9 at the moment. There's still all the players around, but they've got 2 deep fielders, deep long on and deep mid wicket. And Popat, 1 delivery left. Will he get his 5 for? Oh, it's a bottom edge. It's going to run through, and well, and he will be given, well, not just out, but we're going to go upstairs to have a look. It was a little bit sloppy, really, but obviously the game was pretty much finished as everyone was walking off. I think he will be gone here. I think he's gone. He's gone. So they will get that wicket. It won't go to the bowler, unfortunately, but what a day he's had, Jayesh Popat. He picked up wickets in the first game, and he's picked up 4 here. And it will mean that the Capitals finish 53 for 8 off of their 10 overs, and they will have been beaten by Marlow by a total of 96 here in match number 27. But a huge thank you to everybody for tuning in here on the European Cricket Network, as we are able to go ahead and take a look at the highlights for match 27, as Jayesh Popat celebrating in the middle with his 4 absolute incredible figures. But it started with the openers of Anthony Chambers and Saddam Ryan. Ryan never really looked comfortable yet. Did hit a 4 and a 6. That was one of the shots of the day. 6 over cover, Anthony Chambers, but that was really all he was able to contribute. He eventually was gone as he was caught by Mohammad Adnan off the bowling of Yasir Sabir. Not before Saddam Ryan. Saddam Ryan, he had a big 6 into the onside, but then Chambers flashing into the offside. He was caught by Mohammad Adnan. And Mohammad Adnan straight to the camera. And that was a wicket to go. There he is. Terrible framing from Adnan. Clearly doesn't know where he should have been. But then Ryan also looked to go big, but he was eventually gone by Yasir Sabir. And then after that, no one really able to get going. Only 1 or 2 batsmen getting into double figures. The rest all single figures. So not much really to talk about bowling-wise. Batting-wise, however, bowling-wise, there's a lot to talk about, and what a performance from the leg spin of Jayesh Popat. He finishes with figures of 4 for 9 off of 2 overs. And that was how Akbari was gone. He was caught by Ranar Sarwar. That was the beginning. That was the first wicket. Then we saw Ikram come in, and he eventually got Raul Bardwaj. He was caught by Najam Shazad again. First time we've seen that. And then, well, Mitul Patel came down and into the attack, and he certainly went big first of all, but then he was bowled with pretty much a Jaffa, really, from Jayesh Popat. Even though he called himself a part-timer, he bowled some incredible deliveries to get wickets, and that was the second one, and it was Kashif, actually it was Sunil Patel, tried to go big but missed out, and then there was an opportunity at a hat-trick, but it wasn't quite meant to be. And look at the absolute celebrations all around for Papat. He's very much a well-liked character in the setup for Marlow. And well, that wasn't the hat-trick delivery, but it was the very next ball, and Kashif Ali was stumped. Good work from Shan Malik, and well, at the end it was a bit sloppy really, and eventually he was given out. But that will be the end of match 27 as Marlow, they beat Lisbon Capitals by 96 runs. But a huge thank you for tuning in here on the European Cricket Network, but don't go anywhere. If you do, make sure you return in about an hour's time. We'll be back for a big matchup. Match 28, we'll see Cornborough Knights taking on the Gorka 11 as you're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. A warm welcome back to sunny Miranda do Corvo, el Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo here in Coimbra. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for match number 28 of the all-important game between the Coimbra Knights. They take on Gork 11, and the Coimbra Knights, the skipper, Chris Redhead, went ahead and he won the toss and he elected to bowl first. And a few names coming back into the squad, the likes of Junaid Khan. And we've also seen some new names with the likes of Robbie Giorgio, Tom Nicholas as well coming into the 11. And then for the Gorka 11, pretty much as we've seen them throughout this entire tournament, no real changes. And Suman Gimity, well, he is in fine form, and he's going to be at the top of the order as they've been put in to set a target here in match number 28. A very warm welcome to everybody tuning in around the world. Good afternoon, good evening to everybody in the clubhouse here at El Estadio Municipal. I know that the stream is on in there, and a good afternoon, good evening to all of you. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. Not too much. We're certainly looking forward to what could be an exciting encounter here between the Coimbra Knights and Gorka 11. And it is going to be the man returning to the squad. Junaid Khan is going to get us underway for match number 28. And it's just over the reach of Andrew Winter. And Suman Gimity gets an early life. And this sails towards the boundary. But he lives life dangerously, and it's the first boundary. 4 runs to the total. It was a fuller delivery from Junaid Khan, and Winter just unable to trap back enough and get a hand on this one. But a good effort, but early signs of promise for the Coimbra Knights. And again, flashing away, and this will run away towards the boundary. And it's another 4 runs. So back-to-back boundaries here. And Suman Gimity, he's going at it from the off. And a good evening to all of those in the chat. I can see Kirsty, Chris, Kitty, Archie, Vinny Fango. A good evening to all of you. Thank you for joining me here in Portugal. I'm certainly looking forward to this game. Just has an exciting feel at it. Coimbra Knights know they must win if they're going to stick with a chance getting into the final 3. Good delivery from Junaid Khan, but respected from Suman Gimity, and it's just a single. Imran Khan facing up. He's had an excellent tournament. That's a good start to Imran Khan and Junaid Khan. It's a matchup we've seen a few times throughout this tournament. This is driven, but there is a man at long on, and they'll come round. It's good work from the man in the deep. That's Manjeet Singh. Keeps it to just a single. And this is certainly feels like it's got an exciting feeling to it. Both teams bringing names in. Well, actually, I say that. Gorka 11 pretty much as they are. Coimbra Knights bringing names back into the squad. Junaid Khan. He's been a real force to deal with, and that is a perfect example. And it's a good end to the over. 2 boundaries off it. And at the end of the first, Gorka 11 10 for none. So there we go. We take a look at the bat versus ball, the supercomputer. And it's just saying, it's just pipping Gorka 11 in front here. But I do feel that if they can get 2 early wickets, 2 or 3 early wickets, really removing the dangerous Raul Kumar as well, and you just feel that they're going to be in with a chance of keeping this total down from Gorka 11. Obviously, Gorka 11 putting a pretty good stint against Gamblers yesterday. And it's going to be Andrew Winter for the second over. Just stays low, and Imran Khan just does well just to keep this delivery out away from the wickets. This is a bottom edge, but it's going to go straight to man, and that's well fielded by Robbie Giorgio, who comes into it for his first game here. And obviously there's plenty of support around the ground for the Coimbra Knights, with this being their home team. Being their home ground, I should say. Good afternoon to Bruno Cavalieri. Hope you're well. Thank you for joining us. Gimini slashes hard, straight to the man! And what a catch that is! And it's the big wicket of Suman Gimini. He picks out Tom Nicholas and he has to go. That's an outstanding catch. Flew towards him at a rate of knots. And you can just see how much that means for the Coimbra Knights. And the first wicket falls. And the Gorka 11 are 11 for 1. And I was speaking to Tom just before this game. And he said, well, if I get involved in the wickets or whenever that first wicket falls, I'd like to dedicate it to someone. So Coimbra Knights have got a club member, Clive Gaylor, who is currently in hospital in Coimbra. Apparently he's tuning in. So a good evening to you, Clive. Wishing you all the best. And he said that that was dedicated to Clive. So a huge early wicket. And I've just said that 2 early wickets. And you just think that this could really be a tight contest. And that just puts a bit of a twist on this game early on, getting an early wicket. This is just turned into the onside and will be a single. And Suman Gimini, well, that's a big, big wicket to go. A huge catch by Tom Nicholas to get the breakthrough. You just wonder. Coimbra Knights really could be up for an upset here. And well, the field that's been set for Imran Khan, so it's a pretty conventional field, except the 2 men out are deep mid wicket and Janai Khan at long off. That one stays low and just skids through and barely misses the outside of the off stump. You can just see Andrew Winter, look, just saying how close it was. This has been an outstanding over so far. And what an early catch that was, and what a wicket that could be in the context of this game. And it's another wild swing from Imran Khan. So a great over from Andrew Winter, getting the big breakthrough of Suman Gimini. And at the end of the second, Gorka 11, 12 for 1. Just 2 runs coming off of that over. An outstanding bit of, but this is where the standings are at the moment. So Marlow, after that game, go 2 points below Gorka 11. You can just see that that is almost impossible for Coimbra Knights, but they're certainly going to be up for the challenge here. Vinny Fangol saying Winter is coming with it. Winter's already arrived. What a wicket that is to get Suman Gimini early on. So Janai Khan is going to bowl into his second over. No surprise, really has bowled well in this tournament. He's been getting away movement from all of the right-handers, or into the right-handers, so it'll be away from the left-hander of Rahul Kumar. Oh, and there's an appeal, but I think it's more so bad onto the mat, really. Take a look here. It wasn't far away, but a good work from MD Zaman behind the stumps. And it's a big wicket. And Janai Khan gets the breakthrough. And Rahul Kumar has to go for only 1 run on the board. And it's another huge wicket in the context of this game. And the second falls, and Gorka 11 now 12 for 2. And no wonder Janai Khan continues into his second over. Up and down, really. Good length in the block hole. Not easy to get underneath it. If anything, he yorks himself, really does. Rahul Kumar, and he has to go for just 1. And a big, big breakthrough here for the Coimbra Knights. And the incoming batsman, still capable of hitting a long ball, is Ashraf Rupu. Obviously, they do bat pretty deep to Gorka 11. However, you just feel that with 2 early wickets, 2 big wickets of Suman Gimari and Rahul Kumar, it's where most of the runs have really been coming from for Gorka 11. Into the onside, a little bit upish, but it will just be a single. So Rupu off the mark straight away, and there's a good energy around the ground, good energy on the field from the Coimbra Knights, and no surprise that the 2 straight fielders, long on and long off now. They're the 2 out. Obviously 3 deliveries remaining in the power play. And that's an excellent shorter delivery. It's eventually called wide ball. And will we take another look at this one? And that one was called a wide, so we take a quick look at the side-on angle here. And I think that might be a little bit harsh from umpire Conrad Greenshields, but it's a wide nonetheless. And it's mistimed down to... We'll look at that. The man's come around all the way from mid-wicket. It's good work from Hadavinder Singh. Keeps it to just the single. So Ashraf will pull 1 off 1 for him. Kirsty saying she wishes she was here. Ringing that bell shows the spirits of the Knights. We never give up. It's good energy in the field here. That is a wide down the leg side. So just missing out there. Janai Khan just getting pushed off of his rhythm. It's getting up there. It's swinging. Getting the ball to do a little bit of lateral movement. That's well played into. It comes off part of off the glove and comes through for a single. But this has been a tidy over again from Janai Khan. We haven't had a boundary since the first over. Both of these 2 batsmen yet to get a boundary under their name. And it's yet again a good delivery, and it will just be a single to end. So a really tidy over, 6 from it. And at the end of the third and the end of the power play, Gorka 11's 18 for 2. And you take a look there, 2 wickets falling in the second and the third over. Excellent spell from Janai Khan, finishes with figures of 1 for 16 off of his 2 overs. Just is a real improvement to the team. Just adds so much in almost every single aspect of the cricket field. Obviously coming off of a weekend away again at the Kendall Cup. And Andrew Winter's going to continue here. 1 for 2 off of his first over. Can he back it up here with a good second? And it's back of a length and just played into the offside. Straight to Panda Wadab. And come through for the single. You can just hear that just in front of me, Janai Khan, obviously part of the leadership team here. Obviously a very experienced cricketer. You can just see that he's making sure that the standards are really held highly here for the Coimbra Knights. That's a wild swing from Ashraful Rupu. And take another look here. It was a fuller delivery. Out swinging from Winter. And he's just looking like he's on a little bit of fire here at the moment. He's certainly up for this one. Misses out again this time, back of a length. Just drags his leg back ever so slowly. And this time unable to drag this into the leg side. This is a slower ball and well bowled from Winter. And that's very clever bowling. Good variations. And it's just another single. What a tidy over this has been so far. Just 2 off it so far. 2 deliveries remaining. It's into the leg side. He's not got all of that. Manjeet Singh keeps it to just another single. No boundary since the first over. Winter, 1 delivery remaining, and he can keep this down to a minimum. This will be an outstanding opening spell. What a way to finish it off. This one just stays low, skips on through. And Winter gets the breakthrough. And what a way to finish his spell. And another wicket falls, and Gorka 11 struggling here at the end of the 4th, 21 for 3. Just taking another look here. Just stays a little bit low. But if truth be told, Rupu just play around the wrong line and length, really. Goes cross bat. And it doesn't pay off. And Winter finishes with excellent figures. 2 for 5 off of his 2 overs. Really setting the tone here for the Coimbra Knights. And well, don't forget, even though we've got plenty of action here at the moment, the action continues tomorrow morning. We'll be back at the earlier time of 6:30 GMT, 8:30 Central European time, 12 o'clock in India. The usual time that we're used to here during the week. And we'll be seeing the second day of Group A matches, as we'll see Dresden taking on Combines, and then Berlin, ICA Berlin, will be taking Magdalene there, and the new batsman makes his way out to the middle. Well, this is a flying edge. This is going to run away, and it's going to go all the way. So it's the first boundary in a few overs. Not the start that Manjeet Singh would have wanted. But Imran Khan gets lucky, and it sails over the head of MD Zaman, and it goes away for 4 runs. If you're a Gorka 11 fan, you just have to feel that they've got a little bit of hope, as whilst that man on your screen at the moment, Imran Khan, is still in at the crease. Into the leg side, and this will just be 1 run to Andrew Winter. Imran Khan at the moment, he's got 136 runs to his name. High score of 57, so he has scored runs against this team before. That was against the Coimbra Knights. And Manjeet Singh now coming in at number 5. Starts well and slips at the middle, but it will be a single. That's good fielding from, I think that's Harwinder Singh, does well. This is a good comeback from Manjeet Singh after getting a little bit unlucky, getting hit back over the keeper's head off of an outside edge. Fuller, and evades the outside edge of the driving Imran Khan. Looking to get on the drive. And well, the skipper for the Coimbra Knights, Chris Redhead, won't mind that. And this comes through, and it's a dot ball. That's again another brilliant delivery from Manjeet Singh. And unfortunately, there's not really much you can do about that as a batsman. Just have to turn around and go, that's a good ball. Just get your head back down and get bat on ball and just rotate strike here. And this has been dispatched into the leg side. And it's going to go all the way. And it's going to be the first maximum here. It's 6 runs. And it's 6 runs off the bat of Imran Khan. And that's certainly going to relieve a little bit of pressure off the shoulders of the Gorkha 11. As he was quick to jump on a bit of length. Back of a length, really. And this goes all the way. 6 runs and a good way to end the over. And at the halfway stage, Gorkha 11 struggling, 33 for 3. You take a look there, obviously the big wickets of Suman Gimidi and Rahul Kumar. Just see that obviously those really were the difference. Different makers. Chris Redhead into the attack, and it evades the jumping Harvinder Singh, and not the start that the skipper would have wanted, and it's 6 to the total. Back of a length, and he's not really pushing it through for pace, has to be said. And Manjeet Singh is quick to jump on this one. It's not the start that Redhead would have wanted. Back of a length again, and it's just sits up like a peach, and it goes again all the distance back to back, and it's 6 runs. And Redhead here really just needs to get it in that block hole. Anything back of a length or short, it's going to go over the short square boundary. Just needs to get this up on the full. Get him driving. It's a better delivery. It's fuller. Manjeet Singh, instead of rocking back this time, goes for the front foot pull. Isn't able to pull this off, but a good comeback from Redhead. And again into the leg side. And this is the biggest of all 3. This has gone all the way, and it's another 6 runs. This over certainly helping the Gorkha 11. And Chris Redhead now changing his angle, now going around the wicket. If he can really just stick it on that wide off line. He does so, but this might be too wide. I think it is going to be too wide, so they come through for a run off the wide as well. And not the over that Redhead would have been expecting from himself here. This time it is Fuller, and it's down the ground. But it's just the 1 run to Junaid Khan. And Khan was ready and waiting, but Imran Khan doesn't quite get enough on this one. And he survives. That's the length that Redhead really needs to hit. Anything short just sits up. And he does so, and it reaps the reward. And it should just be the single. And it will. It's eventually picked up cleanly by Winter. So a better end to the over, but not the over that Redhead would have wanted. 22 from it. Gorkha 11 back in this at the end of the 6th. 55 for 3. And we take a look here. Obviously that over really helping the Gorkha 11. They were right behind the rate. But now that big over of 22 off of the 6th really helping them here. Getting them up to 55 for 3. And it's going to be Manjeet Singh to continue. Went for 12 off his first over. It's a big appeal, but I think it's going to be going up. And that was just height was the issue for me, really. And it certainly looked as if it was going to be going over the top of the stumps. But a good start from Manjeet Singh. Once again, Redhead and Junaid Khan seem to be the leaders in this team, as they really are making sure that all the little things are done to the best of their abilities. And that's a good delivery from Manjeet Singh, and well kept from MD Zaman. Keeps it simple. And I think he knew that Imran Khan, we've seen it many times here, come down the track and really take the attack to the bowlers. And that's a wide delivery, and that's just what's been this sort of general occurrence here in Portugal. They've just been a few too many extras. That one just missing the pad of Imran Khan. If Imran Khan can stay in, obviously, he really can go big. This is into the leg side. The chase is on. The lucky Patoa, and he will get it in. It should just be the 2 in his. It's eventually pretty decent work from Lucky. And this has gone into the leg side, but it's not going to even get out of the 30-yard circle. Oh, well, there was thoughts of a second. They still might go for it, but eventually it's all happening. And it is just going to be the single. Manjeet Singh continuing here. Not a terrible over so far. Well, that's not going to help things. This is going to be a wide, and it's also going to run away. Manjeet Singh just losing his rhythm here. Just slipping down. Might have got a little clip on the pad, but I don't know if it was picked up by the umpire. Got Hoosthazen, and that's a wide ball again, and Manjeet Singh struggling here. Already gone for 11 in this over now. Manjeet Singh goes deep in his crease. And this is a bit of an outside edge and should be collected by Tom Nicholas, and eventually it is. And there's still one delivery left in this over. Comes down the track to meet him. He hits this into the leg side. And it goes all the way. So an expensive over becomes even worse. It's 18 off the over. And it's another 6 runs to the total. That's just what Imran Khan likes to do. He likes to come down. Harvinder Singh unable to cut that off. And it brings us to the close of the 7th. Gorka 73 for 3. And well, the final round robin matches will be here tomorrow night. Lisbon Capitals, they have a double header. They'll be taking on Coimbra Knights in match 29. But then the Marlow Commanders and the Lisbon Capitals will be battling it out once again for the final round robin match. Match number 30. And then we have the Eliminator on Wednesday. And then we also have the final. So the Eliminator being second, taking on third. And well, there's the clubhouse, a few of the spectators. President Barry there. Eagle eye viewing. And that's a good start for Harvinder Singh, and it's into the leg side for just a single. And Harvinder Singh getting a lot of words of encouragement, and The words of encouragement aren't going to be enough as that's sailed over the boundary, and that's gone all the way. It's maximum, and it's 6 runs here. And Gorka 11 looking like they're going to be getting up to a pretty decent total now, just because of Imran Khan and Manjeet Singh. And Imran Khan, once again, loving the look of the offside. Takes a couple of steps down the track and just pure timing over the offside. And we've seen this man do it time and time again. He likes batting against Corby Knights. He's got a half century against them already in this tournament. There's a big appeal and he's gone. That's an outstanding catch. Mehdi Zaman made the decision to come up to the stumps. And Harvinder Singh gets his breakthrough and Imran Khan has to go. He goes for 33. An incredible catch from Mehdi Zaman. And the 4th wicket falls here in the 8th. And Gorka 11 now 80 for 4. There certainly was a noise, and umpire Conrad Greenshaw was pretty quick to raise his finger. And Hardeep Singh makes his way out. He looks pretty calm and collected at the moment, but he's still got a job to do. If there's a real early loss of a couple wickets here, it could be and could set up for an interesting second half to this match. Oh, it's been put down, not to an outstanding attempt from Mehdi Zaman, looking to make it 2 from 2. Well, Tom Nicholas can see the funny side. But it's a single to the total. Hardeep Singh off the mark straight away, and well, he almost took it, but that's good running from Manjeet Singh. He was off pretty quickly. He's 23 off of only 9 deliveries. Into the leg side, and he's hit this well. And well, Manjeet Singh wasn't really able to pick it up, and this goes all the way, and it's another boundary, and it's 4 runs, and Manjeet Singh looking comfortable at the crease. He was batting lower down the order in the early parts of this tournament, but he's really come into his own here with the bat, giving opportunities further up the order, and boy is it paying off now. That's off the pad, and it will be a leg by. Brings an end to an eventful over. 13 off it, but they got the big wicket of Imran Khan. And at the end of the 8th, Gorka 86 for 4. New bowler, Chris Redder, you can see there, really kept them under the rate and for the first 5 overs or so, but they've really just kicked on here. You can see there, Janai Khan and Chris Redder having a big conversation, and well, the words from Janai Khan were offside. I think that's just what the plan is here. That's a good start. It is in the offside, but this is going to run away. And it's a good attempt from Robbie Giorgio, but he's not quite able to get there. And this does go for another boundary, this time off of the outside edge off the bat of Manjeet Singh. There's not much more you can do, really. Chris Redder doing as he was, as he was trying to do, really trying to hide this outside the off stump. This is short and mistimed. He right off the toe. Janai Khan comes through. It could be a close one, and the arm just not getting there in time. But it's a good work for a bit of work from Janai Khan nonetheless. It's another 2 to the total. Well, that's a good shot into the leg side, and he's not able to cut it off. And this one goes all the way yet again, and it's another boundary. Manjeet Singh equal to the task. He knows that Redhead's trying to hide this outside the off stump. He takes a big step across. And he races along to 37 now. Goes for it again, but this clatters into the pads. They're going to come through. It could be close. And he's gone. And what a game MD Zaman is having. He gets a good take with the gloves behind. And then he has the sense of mind to go ahead and take the glove off and have a shot at the stumps. And Manjeet Singh has to go. He's run out and he goes for 37. See here, he's quick on this one. Was never a run there. Keeps his cool. And Singh has to go. And another wicket goes. Gorka 11, 96 for 5. And well, you just feel, obviously, the curse of the wicket keepers for the Coimbra Knights. 2 keepers having gone down injured. Obviously wishing them both a speedy recovery. But the new man in, Madhu Katapa, not on strike. Into the leg side from Hardeep Singh. It should just be the one. And it is. This is a good comeback from Chris Redhead. Got a bit of tap early on. But he can finish with a dot ball or a single. He'll be more than happy. Oh, and he's not going to do, so this is up in the air, but it's going to sail over the boundary. Madhu Kartapa gets in on the action, continues where Manjeet Singh left off, and it's 6 runs. Oh, that same plan of sticking it outside the off stump doesn't quite work the same for Madhu Kartapa. And he gets off the mark with 6 runs, and at the end of the 9th, all happening here, 103 for 5. Going off of Coimbra Knights' track record, obviously it's a good bowling lineup of the Gorka 11. And obviously Coimbra Knights they got up to 100 in the first goal. There's Girish Singh and there's production Ian as well, just on the right hand side, doing a very good job. There's also Anna and Buck Stoneman as well. And many helpers, and Barry, of course, there as well. The Coimbra Knights did reach 111 in the first game against Marlow. So they are capable of getting up to a good total. And they might have to do it here if they're going to chase it. But into the final over. This has gone high in the air. Robbie Giorgio is going to come through, and it will just be a single. As it is Harvinder Singh to bowl the 10th. Oh, that's a good bit of work from MD Zaman, I have to say. He's coming in as the keeper. And it's another dot ball. Oh, that's again a good bit of keeping from Zaman. He looks pretty confident. We're going to go upstairs. And we're going to take another look, but Zaman looks pretty confident, but Tapper seems as if he's holding his ground. Well, his foot's up in the air, and for me that is out. For me that has to go. His foot's up in the air, and Tapper will be on his way, and it's the umpire has given the signal, and it's another outstanding bit of work from MD Zaman. It's his third involvement in a wicket, and he has to go. Madhu Kartapa, he goes for 6 off of 4, and the 6th wicket falls Gorka 11, 104 for 6. And that's another wicket for Harvinder Singh. That's his second in this game now, as Mandeep Maul makes his way out again. A more than capable batsman can hit a long, long ball. So Mandeep Maul on strike. He's got 3 deliveries left in this over. Starts into the leg side. This will split the field. No one really picks it up off the face of the bat. And what a start for Mandeep Maul. Straight into the action. He starts with a 4 into the onside. And no wonder, sitting deep in his crease, always looking to play into that leg side. And you just think that, again, the ploy of hiding it outside off might be the option for the final 2 here. You know they're going to swing at it. He stays low, and again, excellent work from MD Zaman. Just showing MD Zaman's doing an excellent job with the gloves this game. So a final delivery here. Harvinder Singh. And it will finish with a dot ball. Excellent bowling from Harvinder Singh. Just 5 off the final over. And the Coimbra Knights are certainly in this game. They restrict Gorkha 11 to 108 for 6 after their 10 overs, setting 109 for victory for the Coimbra Knights. And what a final over that was from Harvinder Singh. He finishes with stats of 2 for 17 off his 2 overs. We take a look at the highlights. And well, it all started with Suman Gimity going over the top. It was a close call for Suman Gimity, but he survived to live another day, and then he got a streaky edge. But that was straight to Tom Nicholas. And that was the first wicket, and what a catch this was. You take a look, what a shot this is. Straight down his throat, and he holds on. And what a catch that was. And then Junaid Khan, he got Rahul Kumar for just the 1 off 3 deliveries. And that set them up for a really, really tight first 5 overs. But after the sort of 5 over mark, Gorkha 11 were just handed a few easy runs. Andrew Winter getting in on the action again. He bowled superbly. Obviously getting the wicket of Suman Gimity, and then Ashraf Uldapool bowled 3 for 6. 3 off of 6. Did stay a little bit low, but you take however they come. And Imran Khan, he got a little bit lucky, but he ended up going on to contribute a pretty decent amount. 33 off of 22 with a single 4, and then 3 big 6s, both leg side and offside. That was 1 into the leg side. Just stand and deliver stuff, just helping it on its way. And then skipper Chris Redhead came into the attack, and it wasn't really the start that he would have wished for, but he dragged it back in his final over, his first over, going for 22. And then, well, 17 in his second. But he did get the wicket. There was a run out on his second over. That's a little bit of a silver lining. But then Imran Khan again, a one-handed shot over the leg side, and Harvinder Singh wasn't able to get anything on this one. But then Harvinder Singh came into the attack, and well, he got pumped early on from Imran Khan, but he was eventually caught behind by MD Zaman off the bowling of that man Harvinder Singh. It was a great catch standing up to the stumps, and there was a little nick, and he had to go. So he went for 33, but again, Manjeet Singh coming in at number 5 did a splendid job. 37 off of 15, really helped get Gorkha up to a decent total. That one running away down towards the boundary. Not even Robbie Giorgio could cut that one off. No, Chris Redhead getting a little bit of tap, has to be said. This one into the leg side. Not even Manjeet Singh could come through and collect this one. But then this was the run out. Clatters off the pads. And MD Zaman had the state of mind, took the glove off, and it was an outstanding throw. He did have 3 stumps to aim at, but he still got it done. They want Madhukar Thapa into the attack, and he went big over the offside. That was his first delivery, but it wasn't meant to be, as just a few overs later, he was stumped. An excellent bit of work from MD Zaman, taking down the leg side through the gap of bat and pad. And we went upstairs, but it was a great bit of keeping. But then Mandeep Maul came in. He hit a 4 and then chewed up final 2 deliveries for 2 dot balls. So at the end of their 10, Gorkha 11 setting 109 for victory here in match number 28. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 10 minutes for the response for the Coimbra Knights here in match 28 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. You're watching alongside myself, Charlie Hunt, here on the the European Cricket Network. A very warm welcome back to an Estadio Municipal de Milano do Corvo that's under the lights here in Coimbra. And you join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for what is set to be a very exciting matchup, as we see the Coimbra Knights now. They are going to be chasing 109 for victory. Their highest score in this tournament so far came right back at the start on day one. Feels like a long time ago. They finished on 111 for 5 off of their 10 overs. So they've certainly got it in them, but they're going to have to really go for many deliveries, as we're almost ready to get underway. And the opening pair of Labai Saini and Andrew Winter. Again, I like this here from Chris Redhead, leaving Junaid Khan out, coming in at number 4-3. And Hardeep Singh gets us underway for the response for the Coimbra Knights. And Labai Saini starts in classic fashion, trying to go into the leg side, but it's a dot ball. But again, a huge thank you to everybody for tuning in all around the world. If you're on YouTube, do subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or if you're watching on FanCode in India, a very good evening to you. And what a game we have here. It's set up to be a serious chase for the Coimbra Knights. And Hardeep Singh, this is a great delivery. Labai Saini trying to play this into the leg side, but you can see Andrew Winter saying there, don't you worry, there's a lot more on the offside as well. It's 360 degrees all around here. And welcome to everybody back into the YouTube chat, slowly getting their way back in action here. Match 28, slowly coming to the end of this tournament. And this pretty much copy-paste from the previous two deliveries. Labai Saini struggling early on here, usually gets a boundary within his first few balls faced. But Hardeep Singh proving to be a tricky customer for Labai Saini here. Labai Saini facing here. He's already faced 3 deliveries. Just needs to get bat and ball just to get the scoreboard ticking over. And he's not going to be able to. Hardeep Singh this time goes fuller right on the Yorker length. And Labai Saini goes early on. And the first wicket falls. Nothing on the scoreboard. None for one for the Coimbra Knights. Hardeep Singh was getting a little bit bored of watching Labai Saini trying to drag him into the leg side every single time. So this time it's a right on a Yorker length, pitching right on his toes. And he swipes across the line and he has to go. So Junaid Khan, the man who has scored a lot of the runs for the Coimbra Knights, makes his way out, coming in at number 3. So Junaid Khan, he's currently in the top 10 run scorers in this tournament. He's got 120 runs to his name. He's got a high score of 42, and they'll certainly take 42 off the bat here. There's a lot of pressure on Junaid Khan. That's an outstanding delivery first up to face from Hardeep Singh. He is proving that he's right on the money early on here in the first over. Take another look at this. Just absolute peach of a delivery, squaring him up all ends. Junaid did well to not get a nick on this one. Are we going to see a wicket maiden to start off here for the Gorka 11? Pushed into the offside, and they'll take on the arm of Suman Gimidi, who unfortunately for him isn't able to come through, and it will be a single. So an excellent first over from Hardeep Singh, and after the first over, one's all round, 1 for 1. Kirsty's just saying, Charlie, are the Knights playing with 10 men? I can tell you they're not. There is 11 of them. But the wait continues for yet again another golden ball. So we went 5 weeks in Italy without seeing a single golden ball. We came here to Portugal, and within the first 4 days we got one. And we've actually had 2 here. It took 23 matches to get to the second one, but We're now 22 matches without a golden ball, and it's now going to see Mandeep Singh into the attack. Andrew Winter hasn't moved off the back of his back. Mandeep Singh's going to start with a wide ball down the offside. And obviously with the later start times due to the 3 games played in a day, you do get a serious bit of cricket under the lights. No sunlight here on the cricket field. Full toss and slashed away hard. And Junaid Khan is quick to pounce on this one. And it's the first boundary in the response for the Knights. It's 4 runs into the offside. And this one sails into the offside. And what a shot from Junaid Khan. If he can stick around and bat all the way, and he really is going to be looking to get his team over the line. Good afternoon, good evening to Tyrone Peters in the chat. How are you, Tyzer? Good job on the first day out in Germany. This is an inside edge. Comes through, and comes through for a single. That's a great delivery from Mandeep Singh, a great comeback. But again, a huge shout out to Tyrone Peters, who's alongside Rico Fu in Germany for the next 2 weeks. Ty's are doing a great job. Obviously was here for the first week, he was in the role of the tournament referee, and he also got on the field for a bit of umpiring. But no, Ty's are doing an excellent job out in Germany. He also did an excellent job here. But Andrew Winter facing for his first delivery. Starts with a wild swing, and it's a good, not the start that Winter really would have wanted, but we've seen him. He can hit a long ball. He just likes to give himself a bit of time. And this is pushed into the offside. It's a good shot, but he takes on the arm of Madhukar Thapa. Junaid Khan comes through quickly. And good rotation of the strike. And this is going to be a dot ball as Junaid Khan really swinging on this one. But he's unable to get this one away, and this is still a good over from Mandeep Singh. And a big drag into the leg side, and it'll be collected by Imran Khan. And it will just be a single. So a good tidy over from Mandeep Singh, just 8 runs off it. And at the end of the second, Coimbra Knights 9 for 1. So we take a look at the standings. Well, a victory here for Gorka 11 will put them level on points for the Gamblers SC, and obviously a victory that they took against the GSC yesterday really knocked the net run rate of the Gamblers. So a victory here will put them level on points, but would also be interesting to see the net run rate and how that ends up, depending on the outcome of this game. But obviously a victory here, Coimbra Knights will really upset the likes in the Gorka 11. Coimbra Knights will certainly be up for an upset as Hardeep Singh continues here. This is well kept out from Junaid Khan. It's a great Yorker right on the toe of the bat. He does well and digs this one out. No, a huge shout out to all of the crew in Germany and also to everyone that was involved in the last 5 weeks in Italy. I know that it certainly wasn't easy out there. We had a glimpse of some serious heat at the moment as Junaid Khan's bat has gone. Conrad Greenshield giving the all clear that can be switched. And again, a huge props to everybody for dealing with the heat and dealing with some serious conditions out in Italy. And now obviously out in Germany. I think everyone was almost a little bit pleased to see a bit of rain that came out in Germany. Tyrone saying that the umpire's doing a great job there. Certainly are. Officials have been outstanding. And Junaid Khan. This is going to be 1 bounce and 4 runs. Junaid Khan on the advance, and this has gone straight back over the head of Hardeep Singh. It's a slot delivery, really, and Junai Khan making the most of that new bat. And he starts strongly, and it goes all the way 4 runs. Oh dear, well that's gone right into the grill. I think he's okay. He's up straight away. We're going to have to just make sure that he is all right. He's just going to check over his helmet. But he gives the agreement that he's all okay. And he did well not to clatter into his stumps. But he just gets checked over by umpire Conrad and Gert. Just making sure that he is okay. But a very good delivery from Hardeep Singh, has to be said. That's just going to wake Junai Khan up if he wasn't awake already. That run rate is creeping up ever so slightly. They need 1 big over. And he's gone! Goes for the big shot. He makes his way down the track, tries to meet this, but for the one time that we see a first slip in T10 cricket, it pays off, and Hardeep Singh gets his man. It's a good catch from the man in the slips, but the big wicket of Junai Khan, he has to go for 11 off of 10. And the Coimbra Knights now 13 for 2. But that's a big wicket in this game. Junai Khan would have been identified as the man. They really needed to get out early from a Gorkha 11 perspective, and it's just paid off, sticking a slip in. And Harvinder Singh, he's coming off the back of a pretty good time out with the ball, but he's got an opportunity and he's got a big chance here. But he has got to see his team through the next 10 overs. If anything, Andrew Winter will probably be the man that will try and stick around. Will also go for, will also obviously go for a few shots, but Andrew Winter, if he can stick in at in for the next 10, for all the 10 overs, it just allows the rest of them to bat around him, and he can get himself through. And as long as he goes at a runner ball or above. And let's hear from the stand, Tom Nicholas. Well, if you can't hear him now, I don't know what else we can do, really. But again, a huge thank you to everybody for tuning in this evening. This is some serious night cricket here in Coimbra. And Hardeep Singh just proving like he might be a little bit too quick for Harvinder Singh. It was a good catch by Ashraful Rupu in the slips. Not often you see a slip take a catch, especially in T10 cricket. Hardeep Singh, what a spell of bowling this is. 2 for 5 off of his 1.5 overs. He's got 1 delivery left. And this is hit, and it's not going to quite find Suman Gimidi. It's just a little bit short, and he then wasn't able to get the throw in time, and they come through for a single. And it's a big over for Gorkha. They get the man, Junai Khan. And at the end of the third, at the end of the power play, Coimbra Knights 14 for 2. And in comparison, at this point, Gorkha 11 were 18 for 2. So they're only 4 runs behind. But you just need the middle order, the likes of Panda, the likes of Andy Zaman possibly, and Chris Redhead as well might get an opportunity, but and Tom Nicholas as well. You just need them to really come off in a game like this. You just need everything to go your way, and it's going to be Mandeep Singh to continue. This is played very, very late by Harvinder Singh. But it's interesting to see, obviously, this is the second evening where we've really gone into the night hours here in the Miranda do Corvo. It's great to see what we came here for, some night cricket. Big shot into the leg side. He's not quite timed this, and Hardeep Singh is the man who will come round and collect it. Brings Andrew Winter on strike. He's only faced 2 deliveries. He's been there since the start. He was an opener. This one stays low. Well, Mandeep Singh was going to go up, but I think he knew that that was certainly going down leg. You can take a look here. We see the replay. Was most likely going down leg. He went up for the appeal, but he stopped himself straight away, realised it was going down leg. But again, just proof this pitch misbehaving here. Doesn't make life easier for both bowlers and batsmen. And this is a good delivery from Mandeep Singh. He saw Andrew Winter coming. And Winter asked the question, but Gert Oosthuizen turns around and says, nope, not this time. And the worrying bit here for the Cornwall Knights is the amount of dot balls that they faced. Winter into the leg side. He's hit this well, but Hardeep Singh is out there and will do the work and keep it to a single. They faced 12 dot balls already, so 2 overs worth of dot balls in this innings. We've only had 3.5 overs, so almost half of the allotted balls are or have been dot balls. This is up in the air, and he's got there, but I don't think he's taken that. His reaction tells me he hasn't. Just on the half volley, I think he might have winded himself as well. He put a great dive in, but it's a dot ball to end the 4th and another great over. And at the end of the 4th, Coimbra Knights 16 for 2. And again, it was an outstanding leap of faith from Rushan Singh. Take another look at this. Will be a really good angle. Just comes into frame. But we're going to see the skipper, Madhu Kartapa, coming into the attack. And well, we'll be back tomorrow. The action only stops for a matter of hours. As RC Dresden, they'll be back in and they'll be taking on ACB Carrera Combat in matches 5 and 6, and then 7 and 8. We'll see ICA Berlin. They'll be taking on Magdeburg. That starts at 6:30 GMT, 8:30 Central European Time, and 12 o'clock in India. So plenty of cricket here on the European Cricket Network as Madhu Kartapa comes into the attack. Starts with a slower ball, loopy into the leg side, and should just be a single. Well collected by Manjeet Singh, and I imagine we'll see Manjeet Singh with the ball at some point. MKS Joy saying, watch cricket and enjoy it. That's what we're here to do. This is another slower ball as an appeal for a caught behind, but I think that's been called, and it is a no ball as signalled by umpire Gert Oosthuizen. I think that appeal was just to try and evade the umpires of the view, and that's a good call. Came off them there. And it's a wide ball, so the free hit remains in play. And you can see that umpire Conrad Greenshield signalling again. And it's into the offside. It won't go all the way as Imran Khan will collect it, and it will just be a single. So the free hit doesn't really go the distance, but it's good bowling from Tapa. And that's left by Winter. And he's just asking the question there, but Conrad doesn't give it. Into the leg side and picked up well. And Andrew Winter opens the 6th bank account, and this goes all the way, and it's 6 runs. And they're going to need a few more of those of the Coimbra Knights. Much to the joy of the on-watching Coimbra Knights team there. That was a lovely pickup from Andrew Winter. You can see there. Excellent bit of celebration from the three. It's what you really love to see, just for the pure enjoyment of cricket here. And Sada Khan, I believe that's Janai Khan's wife. A good evening to you. It's a good comeback from Tapper, but even better work from Rushan Singh. It's well watched and watches this all the way into the gloves and takes it cleanly, which is not easy to do. And it's a dot ball and a good comeback from Tapper. This is into the offside, but it's straight to the man at point, and they'll race through for a single. But again, a good over from Tapper, just 11 off it. And at the end of the fifth at the halfway stage, Coimbra Knights 27 for 2. That's a story at the moment. Navai Saini, he really just didn't look comfortable at the start. He ended up going for a full ball duck, and then Andrew Winter's just been in there ever since, getting a runnable 10. And Janai Khan tried to drag a very wide delivery, and he ended up nicking off to the man in the slips. And we're going to see Suman Gimity into the attack. And again, a huge thanks to everybody in the chat for keeping me company here. And it's a good start from Suman Gimity. And Andrew Winter just plays this back to the man. And goes for the big swing. He's called through for a single. Could be close at the far end, but ends up being a single off the bat, so there was a clear inside edge. This is a shot down the ground from Harvinder Singh, and will just be a single. And that's a lovely shot from Andrew Winter. This time goes big into the offside, and it's another 6 runs, and the Coimbra Knights looking to push on here. That's going to be a dead ball called. I think they obviously went for the run, but obviously Andrew Winter didn't really play a shot. And that's a good call from Gertus Tays, and then Suman Gimity was pretty quick to ask the question. And it doesn't cost them anything, as they're able to keep it to a dot ball, and a tidy over really from Suman Gimity, even though he was hit for a big 6. It ended up only costing 8 runs, but a good over nonetheless. And at the end of the 6th, Coimbra Knights 35 for 2, and a huge thank you to our official timekeeper, Federica Constant. Back to live action. Tapper continues. Harvinder Singh. It's good work from Madhukar Tapper. Singh was looking to go down the ground, and just a question of too many dot balls here. Harvinder Singh now 4 off of 9 deliveries. Just unable to really get going here is Tapper. And Tapper's really on top here. That's gone up in the air. It's going to fall safely, so Harvinder Singh gets another life. Winter on strike. He's moved on to 17 off 15. They need him to go big, otherwise this total is going to be almost out of reach. It's an edge, and he's gone. And well, that wicket brings the fall of Andrew Winter. Winter has fallen. And the Coimbra Knights are now 36 for 3. And well, that wicket falls, you just think that that really might be the game for the Coimbra Knights. As MD Zaman, off the back of an excellent game with the gloves, coming in at number 5 now, and he's got an opportunity to just have a swing, really. There's no real pressure. Tapper gets his wicket. It's first wicket for him. He's got 3 deliveries to negotiate now. And Zaman just fends this into the offside, and they'll come through for a comfortable single. There's a potential call of 2. They're going to take it on. No, they're not. Ranjit Singh just saying, oh, maybe, maybe. And it's just a single. But again, a huge shout out to all those watching in the clubhouse. If you can hear me, go ahead, give us a wave. I know there's a lot of people watching out in the clubhouse, coming down to the ground. I know they've got the stream on as well, so if you can hear me, do give us a wave. It's a good delivery, and it's a good take from Rushan Singh. He keeps it with his gloves. You can see he's a little bit happy with himself there. He might have got a bit of one on the end of the finger, but he's okay. And a big swing from Harvinder Singh, and he's now 5 off of 12, just not able to get going here. And Madhukar Thapa brings an end to a good spell from him, 1 for 13 off of his 2 overs. And at the end of the 7th, Coimbra Knights 37 for 3. So this game all but over, really. It's a big task now. 72 runs required off of 18, needing 24 and over now. And it just might be a little bit too much. But the Coimbra Knights, they'll be back fit and fighting tomorrow in match 29, the penultimate match of the round robin. They'll be taking on the Lisbon Capitals. It'll be a 4th versus 5th encounter. So that will certainly be an exciting game. But Marlow, they'll be back. They'll be taking on Lisbon Capitals again after defeating them pretty comfortably in the first game of today. Manjit Singh into the attack, and that's an excellent dive from the man at point. I think that's Mandeep Singh. It's not, it's Ashraful Rupu. And he took the catch in the slip, and it's a single. Once again, Advinder Singh unable to really get the ball off the square here. He's really struggling. He's 5 off of 13 now. He can hit a long ball. It's just not coming together for him here. This is another bottom edge, and they will come through. Thapa taking on, and it's good work from Madhukar Thapa. It's just a single. There's an appeal. Gert Oosthuizen isn't interested. And I think the noise was the bat on pad. But a good call from Gert Oosthuizen. Oh, this time misses out. But it is a... well, that's not really what you want to see here from Rushan Singh. And they're going to go upstairs, but... to me, that's really not what you want to see in this situation. They're going to just see what the protocol is here. But Rushan Singh, and I think in the rule book he might be gone. But I think it's in the context of this game, if he does go, you see here obviously the ball was dead. I think he wasn't. He was waiting there continuously, and then the game was the ball was presumed dead, and he steps out, and then Rushan Singh just takes them off, and it's a real interesting one. This one, I think, in the context of this game, it's really not necessary, and it's not given out, and that I'm glad to see that. That's really good from Suleiman Saeed, the third umpire, as Rushan Singh trying to be cheeky, and personally, that's really not what the spirit of cricket is about. But he lives another day, does a man, and rightly so. And that brings us to the close of the over, and at the end of the 8th, Coimbatore Knights 40 for 3. Again, I normally stay quite impartial here on air, but that one just is one of those times you just feel, especially in the context of this game, that pretty much out of it. 69 runs needed off of 12 now. And it just wasn't really necessary. Amandeep Gorman coming into the attack, and he starts well with a good start. Hides this outside the off stump. And he's going to go. I'm not too sure as to what that graphic's doing, but Harvinder Singh, he has to go eventually, and he goes for 6 off of 15. Just wasn't able to get going, really. And Amandeep Gorman gets a wicket here, and another wicket goes, and the Coimbatore Knights now 40 for 4. That's good work from Rushan Singh. This time doing it the proper way. And he does get the stumping that he wanted. So Manjeet Singh comes out to the middle. He's only got 2 handfuls of balls to face, but break in play just to correct something on our end. But again, take this moment of opportunity to say a huge thank you to everybody around the ground. Without certain individuals, and the team that's all around the ground, and not just here on the European Cricket Network, but also the team on the ground. A huge thank you to all of them. And this is put down. Manjeet Singh has a laugh at the other end, and Amandeep Gorman puts this one down. It's normally pretty safe with the hands, but this one goes begging. Right off the toe of the bat. It was a pretty simple catch. I think he was just expecting it to come a little quicker, but the chance goes begging. And that might be another one. And we're going to go upstairs, but I think my initial reaction here is I think he's gone, and it's again a good bit of work from Rushan Singh. You take a look here, takes a step out, doesn't make an effort, he's gone. Gone by a fair distance. I think T10 was pretty certain of that one, but it just wanted to go upstairs to check. And the signal goes, and Manjeet Singh has to go. So another wicket goes, and the Coimbatore Knights now 40 for 6. But again, a huge thank you to those such as Maxi, Shub, Suleiman and Migzi, part of the blue crew here. And then a huge thank you to the umpires. You've got Buck Stoneman alongside T10 and Conrad Greenshields today. And then also to the likes of Faf and to Paolo Bucci. But also to Barry and Nina in the clubhouse for supplying our food and beverages. And also Mick the barman. One day I will lose that nickname. Gorman continues here, and Panda Wadab. This is just flipped into the leg side and down the ground, and should just be single. They're coming through. It's at the far end. Panda's got to go. He puts a dive in, and Rushan Singh misses out. And there's that man again, Suman Gimini, like a Duracell bunny. And they come through for another run, so it'll be 3 to the total. And again, a huge thank you to the three lads here on production duties. Without them, none of this would be possible. We wouldn't be seeing any of the cricket that's on your screen. So to Domagoy, to Ian and to Daniel, a huge thank you to all three of you. It's not easy, especially during the day in this heat, 40 odd degrees today. And a huge thank you to all of you for doing what you do. There's a big appeal, and Conrad Greenshield's not interested. An interesting over. And a great over from Gaman. 2 for 3 off of his single over. And at the end of the 9th, Coimbra Knights 43 for 5. But most importantly, a huge thank you to everybody in the chat. Thank you for keeping me company for these 3 games. We've only got 2 more nights of cricket after tonight. So the penultimate one coming tomorrow. But it's a big, big game as the Coimbra Knights take on the Lisbon Capitals in match 29. And then match 30 will be Marnock Landers taking on the Lisbon Capitals. So a victory here for Gorka pretty much sets the top 3. But it's just a matter of where the top 3 finish in which position. As it is going to be Manjit Singh to bowl the final over here. Panda Wadab has to go. Tries to play all around this one. But he gets this one all wrong. And he has to go 3 off of 2. And another wicket goes. And Coimbra Knights now 43 for 6. So interestingly, on that controversial bit of play a few overs ago, the ball was perceived as dead. It wasn't in play. That's why Zaman wasn't given out after Rushan Singh tried to stump him after a few moments had passed. But the Coimbra Knights, they'll be back again tomorrow as Tom Nicholas makes his way out to the crease. And this is off the gloves, and they'll run through and should just be a single. Tom Nicholas off the mark straight away. Big swipe from MD Zaman, and he's keeping that back foot in for as long as he can. It is a wide. Just saying to Rushan Singh, you do what you want to do, and I'm certainly staying in here. And this is again a good bit of keeping from Rushan Singh. And it's going to be a dead ball, but Manjit Singh just saying to Tom Nicholas, just whoa, 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 steady your horses, son. Played into the offside. Tom Nicholas calls him through. Siman Gimli just hasn't been able to pick it up cleanly here, really. He's had a bit of trouble with it all night, but they come through for a single. Nicholas has to go. Goes for the 1 run. Tom Nicholas is running off. Getting off as soon as he can. And another wicket goes. And the Coimbra Knights now 46 for 7 with 1 delivery to go. And Archie can fully appreciate. Many thanks for your kind words. He was completely yorked himself there. But he has to go. Making his way out now is Robbie Giorgio. One delivery remaining. And it's going to be a dot ball. And it brings an end to a pretty convincing victory for the Gorka 11. So they now move level on points, and depending on that run rate in this game, they could go top. but they will certainly be level on points. But that brings us to the close of match number 28, and the Coimbra Knights have been defeated by Gorka 11 by a total of 62 runs. But again, a huge thank you to everybody for tuning in, and again a huge thanks to those that I mentioned previously. I won't go through them again, but they all know who they are, and without them none of this would be possible. But a huge thanks to the umpires on the field as well, to all of our scorers, and to all the production crew and the blue crew. And we take a look at the highlights of the chase. It just wasn't really anything to get going, as Lavaisini, he went for a full ball duck, just couldn't quite face the wrath of Hardeep Singh. And then Junaid Khan, he came in and he looked pretty comfortable at the crease, hit 2 lovely 4s. That was the first of them through the offside, and it was a full toss, and he punished it, much to the delight. And then he ended up going over the top of Hardeep Singh, and that was one of the shots of the day. It was 1 bounce, 4 runs, but he ended up getting cleaned up as he came down the track and took a wild sweep, and just wasn't meant to be, as he was picked up by the leg spin, or the first slip. That was a no ball. And then Andrew Winter, well, that was a lovely shot, picked this up cleanly off the pads and pulled that into the leg side, right off the pads really. Navasini deciding not to go for the crowd catch. And then Suman Gimini came into the attack, and Winter liked this one right in through the offside, and this flew all the way over the boundary. Beautiful shot. And then very next up, this was a good stop from Madhukar Thapa. And that was a good catch by Rahul Kumar. And then there was a stumping there for Harvinder Singh. He really struggled coming in at number 4, 6 off of 16, and he eventually went. And Amandeep Kumar ended up with lovely figures, incredible figures of 2 for 3 off of his single over, but Manjeet Singh as well, 2 for 6 off of his 2 overs. Exceptional stuff. And Panda Wadab looking to go into the leg side, played all around it, missed out, and it clattered into his stumps. And take another look at this one. It was just never really got going, did the Coimbra Knights, and that was Tom Nicholas, I should say, trying to go over the top, but Yorks himself completely. No, it just never really got going. As soon as Junaid Khan went early, that was really all she wrote. And the Coimbra Knights have been beaten by Gorka 11 by 62 runs. So Gorka 11, they go to the same amount of points as the Gamblers SC. So it's all to play for in tomorrow's games, and we'll be back again at the same time. Correction, at a different time. Obviously just going back to the usual schedule of 2 matches tomorrow evening. But again, a huge thank you for tuning in, as you've been watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. Good night.